2 more minutes and then we'll start.
All right, good morning, Kim. Morning, Jerry.
Good morning. Hi, Kenny.
I'm trying to pretend I'm in the Virgin Islands right now.
Where are you?
Good morning, Jay. I'm actually, let's see here if I can do this.
Where are you?
I'm in the garage of my parents' house in Michigan.
Oh, nice. At least you're safe. That's okay. I like your backdrop.
Thank you.
Oh, it does be
That
cold.
sounds fairly exotic.
Oh yeah, yep, the garages are good. And Kim, I just recognized we do know each other. We've hung out a few times or crossed paths. What island are you on, though? I forgot because I've been on all the islands so much.
I'm on St. Thomas, but currently in
Okay.
Tucson, Arizona.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Kim, did you go there to help them count?
Yeah, I was, sending in all these fake ballots just to help out, but yeah, helping with the count.
If you could just hop over to Nevada real quick, just give them a hand.
Yeah, well, I think it's all working out.
Wait, is that an official FEMA position?
You're breaking up there, Joe. You're breaking up.
All I want is the count to be done. I don't care about who wins. That's what I'm saying.
None of us do. None of us do.
There was a joke yesterday. I don't know if I can do it, but there was a joke yesterday that I saw that says like Nevada is saying that they're gonna give that the results are coming right now when they are about to take a shower. So I don't know if that joke translates well, but it was kind of funny.
I think we've got a couple days yet.
It's coming.
Yeah.
That's why I said yesterday, you can look at the maps and you can play with our maps, turn the TV off. There's no point in following every last minute.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. To Jerry's point, I'm very glad that you're spending the time with us those past 2 days and today. Yesterday and today, instead of perpetually refreshing whatever map that doesn't refresh. So thank you so much for being with us. Yesterday was great. It was a long day. Lots of good information. You can see the sort of work that we've been working on for the past 2 years. A lot of it is informing really how we think about the future. And today is really a think about the future and thinking about this last year of our effort when we put together our mitigation strategies. So yesterday, we spent a lot of time really asking the question, how we do it. And there were some good things, there were some bad things, but we heard about how our ecosystems are doing, how our land is doing, how our economy is doing, how our communities are doing, how our infrastructure and the services that they provide, how they're doing. And maybe you pay attention that we also talked about how do we know how things are doing. And that's really important. That goes back to the data that we use and our colleague use to make their assessments. And we also got a lot of input from you stakeholders. The maps and the models and the assessments, that we do from our desk is telling us something, but it doesn't tell us everything. So really having people, the exercise we did yesterday when we did this mapping exercise was really useful to really highlight the fact that, it's you, your colleagues, your friend, your family who live, day to day in the Virgin Islands who know what's going on and really help us sort of know how we're doing. We also know how we're doing because as you also saw yesterday, we are paying attention. We're looking at the systems around us. We know that the drainage guts are helping us move the water away from the streets and into the ocean, but we look at, how they're doing, how they're functioning. We are, every time I drive, we are paying attention to, what's around us. And this really helps inform our sense of, how we're doing. And it forms our sense of how we're doing and what to do about it, in terms of really thinking about, how to increase the robustness of what we have, make things build stronger, build better material, follow the code, follow the standards, but also thinking about procedures, the operation side of things. Everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing to take care of what we have, to ensure that what we have function. But by paying attention, by sensing what's going on, we can also start to anticipate, adapt, but also learn about what we have around us and keep improving. The more we pay attention, the more we act upon, what we have, the more we learn about how they work, and the more we are better positioned to know what to do when things go a little bit off. Especially when we have events that we were not anticipating, the surprises. And yesterday, you guys mentioned a lot of surprises. The pandemic was a surprise, but Dorian was a surprise. I went to bed thinking that Dorian was just a little bit of rain, and lo and behold, I wake up in the morning with a Category 1 hurricane at my door. But I knew what to do, and I bet a lot of you guys had a lot of reflex built in because of your experience during the 2017 hurricane. You were able to adapt because you've learned a lot from the past. So this concept of resilience, robustness, building better, redundancy, being able to resist the impact is very important. But the ability to sense the system and how they function, the ability to anticipate based on what we're sensing, adapting, and at the end of the day, going back together and learning. We shared a lot post-hurricane, where we shared our experience so we together can learn. And this doesn't happen in isolation. It's various people together, getting together, talking about their various experience that together make us stronger at the Virgin Islanders. And the interaction between different sectors was very obvious yesterday. We started to talk about the health sector, but somehow ended up talking about transportation, logistics, telecommunication. But if we talk about transportation, we can also talk about others, such as drainage and managing the water to allow us to use our transportation infrastructure. And that was our colleagues from the Naval Postgraduate School telling us how flooding can really prevent us from moving something from one place to another because roads are closed. Telecommunication, being able to communicate for health or family, and how our telecommunication system can be robust in the sense that they built better all of the antennas to better standards, but still we have regions that are only served by one antenna. So if something, whatever happens, it can be that the antenna is broken, or as you saw during the hurricane, if power to those antennas is cut off, then you still cannot communicate. So we start to see the interaction and interdependence between all those systems. So what we're doing at the HMP is really, and what we showed yesterday, is that we are trying to build as comprehensive as possible a sense of how we're doing as a community and how things work. And so what we're going to try to start doing today is sort of think about, what do we want from all of that? What is it that we want to the Virgin Islands to be? There was a great discussion yesterday about, do we need to get the latest and greatest of everything? Because that comes at a cost. It comes at a financial cost, but it also comes at a cost in terms of we have to now maintain, we have to upgrade, we have to do all those things. But what do we want? And so we're going to start thinking about this today, and we're going to start continuing thinking about this for the rest of the year. And so today, what we're going to do is we're going to sort of start maybe recapping a little bit what we've heard. So that's going to be our friend from the Naval Postgraduate School are going to sort of give us a higher level view of this concept of risk management and resilience. And then our friends from FEMA is going to talk a little bit about infrastructure and how to think about infrastructure investment. And then yesterday we talked a lot about the strength of the nonprofit sector. So our friend from New York is going to talk about, what is it? How can we think about, providing the services that we need? Because at the end of the day, that's what we care about. It doesn't matter if it's 4G, 5G, or AM or ham. As long as we can communicate, we're good. So our friend from New York, Ilya, is going to talk about, the need for various actors to be part of the conversation to help us get the services that we need, and really think about, what type of services do we need, and is it always better to have the best of everything? So then we're going to take a little break and have a breakout session that will be, I think, as exciting as the one yesterday. And that will sort of help us sort of gel some of the concept that we heard, but we're going to start hearing from you of what you want. What are the type of solutions you want for, all the service that, we have here in the Virgin Islands, ensuring that everybody has what they need to live a happy life. So we're going to start some of that discussion. And then we continue this afternoon to hear from good things happening on the ground, because there are good things happening on the ground. And then we're going to end the day with sort of taking everything we heard and start imagining the future. So I'm really excited about this last exercise. It's going to take us outside of our comfort zone, outside of our sort of habit of always criticizing what we have, and make us realize that there's great stuff going on here in the Virgin Islands, and help us sort of think about how we can imagine a future where, what we want starts to get materialized. And that will be of great help for us at the HMP team to then think about the type of mitigation strategies that go with it. So we have an exciting day ahead of us. I feel really good about this day. So we're going to start with the first session. We're probably going to start with a bit of a poll as yesterday. But before that, I just want 2 minutes or 1 minute to see if anybody has anything that they want to share very quickly. Okay. All right, so let's start the first session. Abigail, maybe you can put up the first poll question.
Sure. Just a moment. Okay, so I launched the poll. The question is, what are the top 3 priorities to reduce risk in the VI? Can all the participants see the poll? Okay, the answers are starting to come in. Awesome. Okay, about 25 of you have answered already. Still coming in. I'm gonna close it in about 15 seconds. All right, the poll has ended. I'm going to share the results. Can everyone view the results?
Yes.
Awesome. Greg, do you want to read the results or do you want me to
Yeah,
continue?
no, I think most of you can see, but the first one is to fix the school and hospital and other critical infrastructure or facilities. So that goes to really having buildings that meets the standard. So this is exciting. The second one is to establish a land and water use plan. And we talked about some of that yesterday, the importance of that yesterday. So that's exciting to see it. Third is to fix the road and the transportation network. But a great surprise is number 4, to maintain the existing infrastructure. So that's a good fourth showing, and we will be hearing about that today. So this is really exciting. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to do one quick exercise like we did yesterday, and that's a bit of a warm up for the talks that we're going to see. So what I'm going to ask you is to go to menti.com. menti.com and enter the code 5434051. And the question is, what is your definition of resilience? One word. You can enter as many as you want, but one word each time. So you can enter, 6 different answers, but try to keep it to 1, 2 max. So the code is 5434051. Bouncing back, yes. Recovery, interesting, nice. Action, doing something. Adaptability.
Greg, would you put the code in the chat, please?
Can I put the code? Yes. Abigail, can you put the code in the chat?
Sure, I'm working on it.
It's 5434051. I'm going to write it. Adaptability, adaptation, action. Action is still there. Great. Infrastructure, fiscal, interesting. Strength, personal strength. Yes, we heard yesterday about how for some vulnerable communities, they were using words of personal strength when they were hearing resilience. All right. So adaptability, flexibility, and action are still at the, oh, I like this, flexible. Nice. I like this. You guys have great ideas. So I'm going to stop. But this is really good. There's a lot of good stuff going on here. Regeneration. That's a good one. Moving. It has a sense of movement, of doing something. So I'm excited. So I'm going to stop. And right now, what I'll do is we'll give our first speaker from the Naval Postgraduate School the floor, the virtual floor. So sharing my screen. And here we go.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2. It's early in California, so it's a good thing that we recorded this in advance. I'm Dave Alderson, Director of the Center for Infrastructure Defense at the Naval Postgraduate School. You heard from me yesterday.
And I'm Dan Eisenberg, joining Dave. You also heard from me yesterday. I'm the Deputy Director for the Center for Infrastructure Defense at the Naval Postgraduate School.
Okay, and today we're going to talk about risk and resilience and how we use it to help plan for tomorrow. So yesterday we talked about how are we doing, where we focused on system function and vulnerability. Today we're going to talk about where we're going. That is risk and resilience. What do we want and what do we need to do? And so as a start to that, we need to spend a little time talking about risk in its traditional sense. So next slide. Right, so risk has been studied for a long time. What you're seeing here is a process for how to identify, analyze, and prioritize decision-making in a risk-based context. This is an image from Department of Homeland Security, but it follows the standard practices that are used in industry, that are used by NIST, that are used in other organizations as well. And kind of in a simplified way, this means that you start by identifying scenarios, threats, and events. You then look at the potential likelihoods and the impacts of those events, and then that allows you to evaluate the risks associated with it, whether they be in terms of average losses or potential scores, and then decide how you want to deal with that, whether you want to try to avoid those risks, mitigate them, transfer them, let's say through insurance, or just retain those risks. Now, one of the challenges with a traditional risk-based view, next slide, is that you cannot predefine all threats. You will be surprised. And so one of the key messages and takeaways is that we will be plan. And so a risk-based view is fundamentally insufficient for mitigating all the kinds of threats and hazards that we ultimately do face. Next slide. So what do we want? If risk is not enough, what's the thing then? Well, the thing, at least over the last 10 years, has been resilience. As promoted by NIST and by FEMA and by others, this is the way that resilience is often drawn. And it follows the definition that we're showing here, right? So in many contexts, resilience is defined as the ability to prepare for anticipated hazards, adapt to changing conditions, and withstand or absorb and recover rapidly from disruptions. And the way that this is often described is in terms of this figure here, which is sometimes called the critical function curve. And the idea is that you've got some system that's functioning at some level until there is some event that happens. And when that happens, the function of the system degrades for some period of time, and then back to its original level of function, or maybe even does even better if it adapts. And this kind of picture a lot of emergency planning and response: plan and repair, absorb, recover, adapt. And with this notion of resilience in mind, folks often like to measure resilience in terms of sort of the area under the curve, or the amount of water that gets filled in this bathtub, less being better. So you would prefer that systems do not degrade as much and that they come back faster. However, this view is ultimately quite limited because, number one, it's retrospective. It only helps us to understand things after the fact in terms of what happened. And it doesn't generally help us to understand either what was done or what we need to do. And so rather than just focusing on what happens in the past through this, what we'll say is a fairly limited view, we want to take a perspective that allows us to focus on and address the things that we need to do to become more resilient, to allow us to adapt. And so these traditional views of risk and resilience we find to be very limited and limiting. And we think about resilience in a very different way, right? That's not to say that these other views of risk and resilience are not useful, but we think that there are some other concepts that are really important, particularly as we focus on the things that we want to do to make ourselves poised to adapt in the presence of surprise for issues in the future.
So our group, the Center for Infrastructure Defense, has been working closely with the folks at the University of the Virgin Islands and FEMA to think through a slightly different variation on these definitions of risk and resilience, and think of a new way of applying resilience and how what we think is far more operational and potentially more useful for the Virgin Islands. And we have our own image to try and explain this, and the whole focus is on 4 key concepts. So similar to the image we showed for the previous NIST and FEMA BRIC definition of resilience, we have kind of this pre-event stage, and we have a stressful event, like let's imagine that's a hurricane like Irma Maria, and then we have some kind of post-event recovery disrupted stage. And often we're trying to do 2 things in these 2 stages of time. We're trying to be robust, so our systems essentially persist and continue to function as intended. So even with the stressful event, it's like nothing happened. Another way of dealing with stressful events is, rather than the system survives exactly how it was and exactly how we think it should be, it actually operates in a totally different way and extends its capacities beyond what is normally expected of it. We call this extensibility, and the system essentially stretches its function to support new needs. So it does things in a new way, or in like an emergency operations way that normally you wouldn't want it to operate every single day, but is possible. And if you were to use those critical resources, you end up with essentially the same kind of effect. Whether you're robust or extensible, your system survives this event and it's like nothing happened if it's really, really effective. There's also these two kind of post-event concepts. One that is often promoted in the federal government and is really associated with that critical function curve that Dave was describing, that is its rebound view. So this is a system returns to its previous function. This is often a lot of the work that we do after a disaster is just trying to get our systems back up and running how they used to be. And then adaptability is really changing the system fundamentally to have new capacities that otherwise weren't available prior to this event. And so often, if there was a problem that occurred that took out part of our power grid, part of our water system, part of our transportation system, do we really want to rebound what we just had to what it was? Or do we want to think of an entirely new type of system that otherwise wouldn't have been available before that we can now adapt to? And so there's these 4 different ways that we can be resilient. We can either have systems that exist exactly as they are and are robust to failures. There's systems that can extend their operations, and when stressful events occur, they're able to manage them effectively, essentially with no effect and no impact on the future operations. We want systems that, even though they're disrupted, we want them to go back to where they used to be. We want systems that can adapt and transform and change into new ways to deal with potentially future stressors or have entirely new functions that were otherwise unavailable. And there's these are kind of theoretical concepts. You might be introduced to them for the first time. You might have heard some of these terms and not necessarily use them in this way. So let me try and give you 4 kind of VI specific examples of what I think of when I think of these 4 different concepts. So for robustness, I think of our composite power poles that we've been putting in for protecting our power grid. So these are going largely into the same place for the same feeder lines that we've had on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. And it's just really hardening the system so it could deal with hurricanes much better. So if the power poles work as they're intended, when the hurricane goes through, the power system itself should retain its structure and function as if nothing happened. And so these systems are very, very robust to high winds, and we hope that by using them, our system is better and is able to survive future disruptions much more readily, and without us even having to do anything but install a new type of material for our power pole. In contrast, extensibility might be provided by an entirely different kind of power infrastructure. So, emergency generators or backup generators that you could have for your critical assets and facilities, whether it's for, water distribution systems, transportation systems, or just for your home. You only really use these when the power grid goes down, when a blackout actually occurs. We have these backup generators to provide that extending capacity on our power grid, right? To fill in those gaps when there's a blackout and we need additional resources for electric power generation. You don't want to be running on your emergency generators every day because they're not designed for that. But having emergency generators allows for extensibility and allows our power system to operate in situations that it otherwise wouldn't have and might have not been able to predict before the event, and things that we just aren't necessarily thinking about in the future. So backup generators provide this extensibility, where composite power poles provide this robustness. On the other side of that stressful event, when we think about rebound, one thing that you might want to think about are these like deployable line crews, or these trucks that go around and put the power lines back up and put the power poles back up that got ripped out after the hurricanes. So we wanted, rather than redesigning and making a whole new power grid from scratch, we're just going to put the power grid back up that we used to have. And so, and often, wooden power poles were one of the things we were using before the storm that was potentially vulnerable. And we put wooden power poles back because that's what we had and that's what we had available. So rebound is essentially having these resources like these line crews, these crewmen to go out there and build our power grid back to what it used to be, pretty much exactly what it was, so it could provide power services again. In contrast, adaptability might be, rather than spending time putting a bunch of power lines back in, what if we were to put solar panels on everyone's roof and take an entirely different route? So a lot of the work that's going on in energy transitions in the territory falls within this adaptability view, where we recognize that the power grid as is might still be vulnerable to certain kinds of hazards, or might not necessarily work as we wanted into the future. So we're trying to move to potentially a more renewable and distributed resource. And that new system has new vulnerabilities and new functions that make it potentially better for different kinds of threats, or worse for different kinds of threats into the future. And so we have these 4 different ways to think about resilience: robustness, extensibility, rebound, adaptability. And we have kind of characteristic ways that we could plan for robustness, extensibility, rebound, adaptability by thinking about these different resources for our power systems or otherwise, and making our infrastructure and having these plans and practices in place so our infrastructure can potentially deal with any threat rather than focusing specifically on hurricanes or specifically on a particular hazard. And that brings us to this other side of resilience that we also want to really emphasize, is that even with the best plans, even if we think through all these different concepts of resilience, the no battle plan survives contact with the enemy is a famous quote that comes from the 1800s from a German army captain. But I remember at the last HMRP, we had Adrian Williams from ODR essentially telling us, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Like, plans are going to work for us and they're really, really helpful, but we still need to have some form of adaptive capacity for those surprises that we just didn't think about. And so we actually have a theory for how we think about surprises that we think is helpful for thinking through the ways in which we need to develop our adaptive capacity to territory. So even if we have these best plans for our power system or otherwise, we're able to take and manage these potentially unknowable future hazards that might affect the territory. And so there's 2 ways that we like to think about surprise and the things that surprise us. And these are delineated by cognitive scientists. One's called situational surprise, the second's called fundamental surprise. Situational surprises are things that are compatible with our previous beliefs. Essentially, the failures in system responses are things that are well modeled and measurable, which essentially means if we have perfect information about the future, if we have perfect information about the hurricane that's coming, we just need to update our understanding of our power grid. We just need to update our understanding of our systems, and we should be able to handle them. Think of situational surprise as the highly unlikely event, but it's something that we plan for. It's the Category 5 hurricane that follows 2 weeks after another Category 5 hurricane. We think about Category 5 hurricanes as something that the territory might have to experience. We just know that they're rare, but they might be coming. On the other hand, fundamental surprises are things that refute basic beliefs about how systems work. We can't necessarily define in advance the issues we need to look for, and often information about the event creates the surprise. This is usually things that when we say, we didn't know our system worked this way, and we didn't know that power line, if that went down, it would cause a blackout to this system that would cause major disruptions. And so fundamental surprises usually are revealed when failures happen, and we need to be alert and be able to improvise and manage these surprises that occur, because fundamental surprises are things that we just might not be able to even imagine and plan for today. These are things that we will experience in the future. And so one example I'll give of what I would think of was kind of fundamentally surprising in the territory is essentially, one example I give of how to think about fundamental surprises is through a lottery. And so you can play the lotto, you can buy a lottery ticket, and if you win, you're going to get lots of money. Normal everyday operation that we tend to design our infrastructure systems for is the buying a lottery ticket and losing. So this is what we expect our systems to do. This is what we expect from everyday operation. Situational surprises are like those rare big events that you can plan for and you can think about. That is buying a lottery ticket and winning. So you bought the ticket, and your conception of the lottery is if you have this ticket, you can win. And you got struck by lightning that day and you're the one who wins the lottery, and that's fantastic. Sometimes when we win the lottery, it's not the things we want. These are those Category 5 hurricanes that are really damaging. Fundamental surprise is when you don't buy a lottery ticket and you win. This is like you signed up for the lottery by clicking on a link on Facebook or doing something on Twitter that you didn't know actually made you eligible to win the money, and the money arrives, and just the winning this lottery, it makes you have to retrace your steps to even find out how that problem even occurred in the first place. And so fundamental surprises occur in our infrastructure systems all the time, and we have to be alert and able to improvise to them, because when they reveal themselves, they're going to show us that our systems might be more vulnerable than we anticipate, even with the best plans that we have available, even with thinking about these 4 concepts of resilience. And so, as I was saying before, a simple example that I want to think of in terms of some of the fundamental surprises I've been experiencing in the territory recently might be more Hurricane Dorian. So a lot of people went to sleep in St. Thomas and St. John, seeing that Hurricane Dorian was a tropical storm that was about 100 miles south of St. Croix. thinking that St. Thomas and St. John was going to be okay, and maybe St. Croix was going to get hit, but it wouldn't be necessarily high winds or a hurricane. And everyone woke up the next morning and Hurricane Dorian was now a Category 1 hurricane, essentially right over St. Thomas, St. John. And so people didn't know that they were playing the lottery that day in the northern part of the territory. And guess what? They won the lottery, even though they didn't think they were playing. And when it came to the infrastructure systems, we still have this also apply in electric power. We had some composite power poles on St. John, but one of the composite power poles failed and led to a blackout, even though these things are meant for Category 5 storms, even though Hurricane Dorian was only Category 1. It's because a tree hit the pole and took it out, which is kind of like a freak event that we weren't necessarily thinking of before and not necessarily planning before. So we can try and have these mitigations built into our system. We can try and think of these different resilience concepts, but even the best laid plans might not work out, and they might not work out in situations where you wouldn't necessarily expect them. We expect our power poles meant for Category 5 storms to work in Category 1 storms, and it turns out that might not necessarily be true all the time. And so we have to be alert, and we have to be prepared to improvise and manage these events, even if we have the best resilience plans in place. And so this emphasizes that it's not just about being robust, extensible, rebound, and adaptable. We have to think of resilience not just about these infrastructures that we have, it's about what we do. We don't care so much about the backup generator. We care that the backup generator works when we need it to. And so that doing, that action, that resilience is a verb kind of thinking, we like to think through in terms of improvisation and adapting to surprise. And we think of it through these 4 different processes: sensing, anticipating, adapting, and learning. And so there's kind of simple definitions of these and much more complicated ones that we use out in the literature. But sensing is essentially system stresses are incorporated into our understanding. This is how we collect data, how we make sense of those failures as they occur. The blackout happening during a Category 1 storm when you have composite power poles, collecting that information and making sense of that blackout. Anticipating is foreseeing possibilities. What are our options for replacing those power poles? What are our options for managing that blackout? Adapting are the actual responses that we take. So these are the actual decisions that we make. This is us taking money and buying infrastructure to replace that power pole. This is us going out and telling the community, hey, this is how long it's going to take to fix this. This is sending the line crews out to fix the infrastructure. And learning is the process of all the information we just gained from that event, all the information we just gained from that experience, we actually incorporate and use it to guide us into the future on how we want to do robustness, extensibility, rebound, and adaptability better. And there's some simple examples, from both technological, social sides of these systems. We can think of sensing as the data that we have about our infrastructure. We could also think of sensing as the information that people and how they're making sense of it. For anticipating, we can think about our models for how we're actually predicting how events might affect our infrastructure. For the human side, we might think of the heuristics for the operators who are on site, who have years of experience and really understand their systems, but don't really know how to explain it out loud, but they have rules of thumb for why the power grid is operating in a particular way. And then in terms of adapting, we might think about like the dials and the switches and the actual things that are available for us to turn on and off from a technological side, where in the human decision making, these are the decisions that we make. These are us actually putting resources, putting money where our mouth is, and actually doing something that changes our systems. And in learning, we have revision. So essentially updating models that we have, updating our understanding of our existing system, or like in our human capacity to reflect and completely change the way that we think about it, completely change what we care about in power grids. And so to make ourselves better, to make the territory better at adapting to surprise, we need to be able to improvise for these events that we're going to experience, these fundamental surprises we're going to experience. And the ways in which we sense, anticipate, adapt, and learn, and the ways that we can improve sensing, anticipating, adapting, and learning should make us more capable to improvise to these future fundamental surprises. And just some simple examples of sensing, anticipating, adapting, and learning, or SAW for water distribution might be like this image on the left, which is a GIS, Geographic Information Systems printout of the actual data that we're using for doing modeling on the water distribution system, versus the real pumping station in Concordia on St. Croix on the right. That is like the one that real operators are at, where you can actually see the leaks and you can move the valves to change how water is flowing. When we talk about sensing, anticipating, adapting, and learning in one side, we might be talking about data collection, curation, the modeling that everyone's doing to try and guide the hazard mitigation resilience planning, the actual plans that we're developing and how we implement them and who's involved and what decision makers are involved, and then how we update and reassess them over time. So this process for the HMRP in and of itself is building up some of this SOL processes within the territory. We also need to focus on how the capacity and capability of the organizations themselves. So in terms of water distribution, we might be talking about WAPA water. When we talk about sensing, we're talking about how many boots are on the ground, how many people are out there to actually make sense of and see the leaks and failures in the systems to assess them and make decisions. You know, how much experience and expertise do these folks have, and do they really understand how their system works? Do they not necessarily know how to change and mitigate different kinds of failures? The adapting would be the real decisions, people putting hands on those valves and actually turning them, and then learning in terms of reframing and retraining and readjusting our understanding of our water system, because it's more complicated than a single pipeline, and the ways in which that serves the community might change over time. And so the work that we're doing is trying to improve the ways that we sense, anticipate, adapt, alert in both of these areas. And the work that you're doing in this HMRP is really trying to understand and think through how we need to go about sensing, anticipating, adapting, learning into the future, both through the planning effort and through your own organization and the operations and the infrastructure that you support and provide. So in terms of key takeaways from this presentation, I want you to take to heart that risk management is helpful, but it's not sufficient, that these surprises do happen. You know, Irma Maria was a surprise, Dorian had some surprise elements to it, but these are just going to keep coming. And even with our best laid plans, even if we do resilience as best we can in this planning effort, we need to be able to adapt. And it's not resilience to what we have, it's about what we do. We need to be able to adapt and improvise to these future events that might occur. And so the way that we want to promote it and the way that we're going to talk about it today is through this 4 concepts of resilience, this robustness, extensibility, rebound, and adaptability, and essentially what we need to do in terms of sensing, anticipating, adapting, and learning within our organizations and within the folks in the HMRP. And so the question that we're posing to you and that we hope you're thinking about after this discussion and amongst all the different talks is essentially, how do we understand and improve resilience and adaptive processes? You know, this applies not just for you yourself, but for your organization, for your community, for the entire territory or otherwise. And really, how can you apply these resilience concepts, and how can you, for robustness, extensibility, rebound, adaptability, and how can you apply these resilience concepts for adaptive processes, for sensing, anticipating, adapting, and learning within your organization and amongst the work that everyone is doing? And so the whole goal for this is essentially what we want is resilience, and what we need to do are these processes to make sure that we can improvise in the future. We use this information from yesterday, like what our systems function and vulnerability really is, to help guide these decisions. But really your input today and the work that you're doing will be extremely helpful for determining how we make the systems more resilient into the future. And with that, both Dave and I will be around to answer any questions you might have about this presentation, and we'll be joining in our discussions. And please reach out or visit us at our website, either email or our website, for learning more about our work and learning more about how we're approaching resilience. But we also want to direct you to Greg and Kim, who are leading the HMRP effort, who are experts in all of this and are really leading the effort for improving resilience in the territory. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was great. Thank you so much, Dave and Dan. Great presentation. See, there was a lot of discussion in the chat. We have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions.
I have a question, Greg. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So last time when I was at the last resilience meeting, I heard some grumblings as if there were certain tensions between these potential different elements of resilience. I heard some people mention that a push towards renewable energy like solar panels might underfund or might take away from the resources or from public buy-in from, let's say, the power grid of WAPA. So I was wondering if our presenters could address whether they feel that there might be certain tensions. So we would have a tension here between adaptability and robustness. Do you know what I'm? You see what I'm getting at here? That some people might propose we need to go solar in the aftermath of the hurricanes to build resilience, and then other people might. But that's going to take away from the robustness of the system. Do you see? Am I right in thinking that those tensions do exist? And how are you imagining getting around these tensions and working with them?
So I would say two things. First thing is tensions exist between these four concepts, which is why we have them as distinct concepts. So using the examples from the presentation, a composite power pole, we all know, is, I don't know, on the order of hundreds of times more expensive than a single wooden power pole, maybe thousands. So when that single power pole breaks, it's extremely expensive. It's much cheaper to replace a whole bunch of wooden power poles. So when we try and make systems more robust, we might be reducing potentially our adaptability or one of these other, our ability to rebound effectively, because it's so expensive to try and get these same systems back to where they used to be. So there's direct tension between what we want. Do we want like a really effective but expensive and difficult to maintain hazard mitigation, or do we want a grid that we know will get ripped out of the ground when a Category 3 hurricane comes through, which is relatively common. Mm-hmm. And so part of the discussions we want to have today is, what do the people in the territory, what do the folks want to see out of their systems, and what do they expect out of them? Because that'll lead us down a path of which direction the HMRP would want to be recommending solutions. The second thing is, specifically for the tension that you were describing, yes, there's the potential for, let's say, some distributed systems like solar or wind, like at a household level, to maybe like be cannibalizing revenue more or less from the utility. But that's largely an impact associated with the policies that were in place that have actually been updated very recently. So the folks at DOE, specifically Jen DeCicero, who's leading a lot of the effort coordinating with WAPA, and folks at Lawrence Berkeley National Labs have been developing kind of new rates for how you can deal with people putting new solar on the grid, and how WAPA will be charging those customers. And so the models for how people make money can work out and support each other if they're done with this kind of pre-planning concept, to know that we want the grid to go into this distributed way, and we want to have both a centralized system and potentially some folks with solar and backup power in their own generation. So there's tensions, yes, like some recommendations, some technologies, some plans and operations kind of push us down potentially one path for maybe robustness versus rebound or something like that. But there's ways of having kind of these combined systems and that enable both and support each other, where the main reason for that cannibalization of kind of revenue was due to like the rules that were dictating how WAPA could charge customers that have officially changed. So as long as we have this kind of long view, and as long as they're putting in the effort like they did on the power side in terms of, let's say, solar, then there's an opportunity to kind of get the best of both worlds as much as possible.
Dave, go ahead, quick answer.
Yeah, so there's, Roberto, you're exactly right, These tensions do exist, and they exist at many different levels, right? Some of the things that are coming through on the chat, right? So in the past, we've talked about the different barriers to resilience, right? So that is to say, why, if we say, why aren't we resilient, right? And we can think about barriers sort of on 4 different levels. The first simplest level is being sort of an awareness one. Like we may not even be aware that we're fragile in ways, right? And then we get surprised, right? I don't think that's the case in the VI. The storms have shown how we're fragile. The second level of barriers might be sort of a knowledge barrier. We may not know what to do, right? We may not have the technology, we may not, right? So, and so that could be the case, right? And there are a bunch of technological solutions out there, and the question is which one is the right one, right? And we have to sort that out. But even if we sort that out, we still face 2 other barriers, right? The third one being sort of an economic barrier, right? So that is to say, is the benefit cost there? Are the right incentives on the part of all the different players to work in the right way? And some of the work that Dan mentioned that the Department of Energy has been sort of working with tariff structures is trying to change the financial incentive structure for various folks to do that. And then the fourth barrier, even if you overcome that, there's still the potential for a fourth barrier, which is kind of a governance barrier, right? Are the right rules in place from a governance perspective to actually allow you to do it, right? You can end up in situations where we know there's a problem, we know what to do, there are the right incentives, but the rules don't allow us to actually do what we need to do. So, each of these different layers have tensions that exist, right? And so they're all things that we need to be thinking about, right? There's no, unfortunately, there's no simple answer, but we think that this framework provides at least the opportunity to have constructive conversation about how it is that we ultimately want to move the system that we have, that we inherited, that maybe is not designed the way that we want, to a future where these things will align in a manner for us to be ultimately better able to adapt when these surprises happen. Yeah, so thanks for the question.
Very good question, very good answer. And the chat is not blowing up, but quite active.
Blowing up.
We're gonna have to switch to the next talk for the interest of time, but hopefully we can continue this discussion later. So the next, and Zeno made a comment about, how does it work now? So we're gonna have a different perspective on infrastructure. And our next speaker is Mr. Jack Heidi, talking from FEMA. So just hold on a second. I'm gonna make a big screen. Oh, sorry, I just want to make sure that I shared the volume. Yep, share the sound. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jack Heidi. I am a supervisory community planner of FEMA Region 2. My job is largely helping provide technical assistance and plan review and approval of the hazard mitigation plans that are submitted to FEMA. This very effort right here that we're all involved with for this workshop. And some background on me, I was there during post-Irma Maria as the hazard mitigation advisor to the long-term recovery for a while. I know some of you, many of you, and I'm here to talk to you about a very particular subject around land use planning and operations and maintenance. Very exciting stuff. Everyone loves operations and maintenance. But I want to start by highlighting a recent speech given by what you see here is Governor Gavin Newsom and Vice Presidential candidate Kamala Harris in the North Complex fires early 2020 in California. And why am I showing you California? We're talking about the Virgin Islands here. It's because of what Gavin Newsom said during his speech at this particular location, is calling on federal action for climate change. And I'm not here to debate climate change, and I'm not here to debate politics in one way or another, especially in this heated political times we have. But the message that Governor Newsom proclaimed, that the actions that are driving our ability to deal with disasters is because of a lack of federal leadership. And in some cases, I'm not going to disagree with the notion that we need more leadership at all levels of government to deal with the impacts of climate change and push forward with dealing with these issues. But many of the things and the reasons for climate change and for things like the North Complex wildfires and the wildfires that seem to be burning across California year after year actually have to do by and large with local and state decisions in where people choose to live, where development happens. And in the case of California, things like affordable housing in the San Francisco Bay Area are pushing people further and further away from the urban core into wildland areas. Companies like PG&E are having to develop their infrastructure farther and farther into wildland areas where a couple things are happening. One, they're in areas that are prone to wildfire, in addition to pushing electric power into areas where it has not been before, and it also having consequences for possibly having a risk to start fires as well. And so I want to highlight this as a notion of, yes, there are things the federal government can always be doing, but there are so many things that the local, territorial, local agencies could be doing to drive decisions to not eliminate the risk from climate change, not eliminate the risks from natural hazards, but to reduce them in meaningful ways. And so I thought I'd spend some time just looking here at St. Thomas, because I think it's an interesting sort of juxtaposition of some of the things many of the presenters have been talking about yesterday and today. And what you see here is you see the economy, you see people living, you see massive amounts of infrastructure, both territorial, federal, public, private. It goes across the board, right? What we see here is the promotion of the tourist industry, which is, as noted yesterday, is one of the sole drivers of the economy besides the government within the USVI. You can see the ecological nature surrounding St. Thomas and Charlotte-Amalie here. And you can see the road networks, you can see the ports, and then you inherently know that with all these houses you see, there is also electric power, road networks, water networks in some cases, telecommunications up on the mountainside. There's a lot of infrastructure going on. And if we look at land use analysis that's been done through the USVI planning efforts, we see that there's been a lot of change over time. And a lot of that change has occurred without proper land use planning, without the implementation of proper building codes, limited floodplain management. So when you start taking into consideration how we've developed, how we've moved, you've also got a consideration that just maintaining what you just see in this photo, let's not even talk about building resilience around these things. Let's just talk about maintaining what we have. It's a lot of money, both public and private, to make sure that this level of infrastructure is properly operated and maintained. And so when we don't properly operate and maintain it, bad things happen in disasters. This is near Windward Passage, the flooding. I believe this is Hurricane Dorian. You also see all the infrastructure supporting it, and you see a road network that's immediately next to the ocean, which is prone to storm surge and flooding. And you also see things in this photo like drainage infrastructure, which is clearly not doing its job in this case, and maybe because it came overwhelmed because it wasn't to the proper size, or possibly because it's not been properly scoured over the years. This is just to say that all of these things have a particular maintenance cost. And when we choose to build in certain places, no matter where we build, poses certain risks. And what we also have to consider within photos like this is we allowed things to build here. Do we collect the revenue sources to support this long-term during surprises, during disasters, in our risk management? There's a lot of infrastructure here. There's a lot going on. And we know, because operations and maintenance is probably, I think it could probably go hand in hand with mitigation as not being the sexiest topic. And when we talk about budgetary cuts, when we talk about the impacts of the pandemic, when they highlight yesterday the debt the Virgin Islands is in, and compared to places like Puerto Rico, 1 and 2 on the list of debt, one of the first things that gets cut is operations and maintenance. And then when we get these disasters, there's a whole flood, no pun intended, of federal funding that comes in. And we get excited about it and we think about the possibility of the projects we're going to develop. And we look at the impacts we've seen, and we can talk about all the really great things we want to do. Like here is a perfect example of, we brought up the idea that there's the cost of energy in the VI is much higher than it is in a lot of other places. And so we want to do things to reduce the costs, like put in solar. But then we talk about the enforcement of building code and the proper maintenance of the solar fields. If these things had been built the right way in the first place, considering our natural hazards, maybe these would still be standing, and it would have helped bridge that divide in costs to the average person in the VI. And so whenever we talk about operations and maintenance, it has to be a conversation and a priority in everything we do. Because in many ways, we don't necessarily have the finances and the funding, and this goes even beyond the VI. The VI is just in a more precarious place when it comes to its financing, but a lot of communities across the country are not properly prioritizing long-term operations and maintenance. And when we talk about mitigating these, and we talk about mitigating them with things like composite poles, we talk about wood poles versus composite poles. Well, you know, wood poles cost $300 to $750 a piece, and composite poles cost anywhere between $5,000 to $50,000 a piece. And so when you think about the long-term maintenance and operations of that, you have to think about poles break, even composite poles. Composite poles are great in a wind event. You know, I believe they can withstand Cat 4 hurricane winds indefinitely, and even to an extent Cat 5 hurricanes. But what is their status against earthquakes? What is their status against being hit by a car? So you have to build in the idea that all of our mitigation is not a simple put in place and walk away. It carries an operations and maintenance piece to it for the lifetime of its infrastructure. And so when we look back at a picture like this, and we think about all the investments we want to make, we have to also consider, is all the investment we want to make, even with the billions of dollars coming in for the feds, which has no cost associated from the federal side in some cases. You know, there is a cost share for some things, but it's at a much reduced rate compared to the billions that the VI and other places the post-disaster are getting. Is when you build it, even when it's free initially, are you generating the revenue across the board that's going to help you maintain it and maintain your resilience? Because when operations and maintenance are put aside and are not prioritized, it actually can put us at higher risk to disasters down the road. And in fact, organizations like FEMA, and I'm sure many of you have come across this, when it's clear that public infrastructure has not been properly operated and maintained, and even if it gets damaged, that deferred maintenance piece can have drastic impacts on FEMA's ability to provide funding and respond and recover in the way you need us to. Because deferred maintenance is an automatic red flag for FEMA. We don't want to pay to fix things that weren't properly maintained in the first place. So you have to take these things into consideration when you're building any of these infrastructure, any of these projects. What is your long-term revenue source? Have you prioritized operations and maintenance into the budget? And, you know, are all projects and risks that you're facing appropriate for the VI? You have to weigh and balance all these decisions, and you have to do it not in a immediate time frame of we have to recover and bounce back to where we were before. These infrastructures we're talking about have life cycles of anywhere to a couple years to 100 years. You know, there's infrastructure in the VI that's been around for a couple hundred years that's still somewhat functioning and working. But if we're not maintaining it to its appropriate levels, it's not going to do us any good to have the bigger, sexier, perceived resilience projects if we don't know how we're going to fund them over the next 50, 75, 100 years. In some cases, the VI might not have the necessary budget to cover the operation maintenance for the next 10 years. I think the previous presenters have highlighted a lot of the systemic issues within the territory, and in no way am I advocating that the territory shouldn't pursue any of these projects. It's more of a place of consideration to make sure that when we pursue them, we're doing it appropriately and we're taking into consideration those long-term impacts, the long-term revenues we need, the long-term budgets we need to maintain these things so that they can consistently and long-term maintain their resilience and the things they're meant to protect within the territory. And with that, I will stop. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have some questions for Jack. Maybe 1 or 2 questions max for Jack. Jack, if you don't mind turning your camera on. Any question for Jack? All right.
I have a question for Jack.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Jack. Hey, Jack, this tension between sort of the desire for big projects and growth and needing to think about the long-term operations and maintenance costs, that's really interesting. Do you have any recommended reading that would be able to put it in the context of simple projects and land use planning that would make these ideas accessible to folks and maybe it would allow them to reflect on it a little bit more?
I have 2 readings because I know where you're going with this. And I have 2 organizations I would point everyone to. The first is one that I've been following for a long time called Strong Towns. And you go to strongtowns.org and they can tell you all day long about the cost of our infrastructure. And the founder of that, Chuck Marone, recently released a book, I think it was last year, called Strong Towns. So please look that up. Another thing I will point you to is an organization called The Maintainers. And they have a fantastic book, I believe, called The Innovation Dilemma, I think is the name of that book, which I have not read yet, but I've been following the Maintainers organization. And it's all about making the people who maintain our daily things, infrastructure, lives, sanitation, all that stuff, put them at the forefront of, you know, fame and glory, if you will, because they're making our day-to-day happen. And when we focus on this idea that everything must innovate all the time, we lose that day-to-day insight and action that's happening to keep us even at a basic maintenance level. So I would recommend those 2.
And following on that, just very quickly, there is a great piece in the Maintainers sort of bibliography talking about slow violence of lack of maintenance. And I really like it in the sense that we don't see it, maybe we don't pay attention to it, but ultimately it costs us greatly when we do not maintain what we have, because it can fail spectacularly because of that. And yesterday there was some great example of deferred maintenance of some of our drainage infrastructure. And I believe some of the image of flooding that we see are a consequence of that. So it's great to build bigger and better all the time, but it's also good to just make sure that things work. Otherwise, we are doing some violence against ourselves. So great. One last question before we move on.
This is Kamiko. I have a question. Is there an inventory of all the critical infrastructure systems and their maintenance schedule and their condition, and also of equipment? I'm working on the disaster debris plan with the VI, and we're looking for an inventory of all the heavy equipment on island. And and the waste management is looking as well. And what we're finding is that there are lots of pieces of equipment that apparently are in disrepair. They're currently not being used and sort of, tucked away here and there.
No, you're making a good point, Kimiko. And I think through our working with Waste Management Authority, we'll try to address this. But I believe it's valid for a lot of agencies. Trying to get something great today, and then, as Jack mentioned, it's important to think about can we pay for it long term, and we do that on a personal basis all the time. So it's important that agencies, nonprofit, everything we do for the public, that they also ask the question, great, I'm going to buy a BMW today, but the tires are expensive, the light bulbs are expensive. And so sometimes it's best to think about a Corolla. So we're just going to do a quick break with a little poll. Abigail, would you mind putting the poll question? And these poll questions are a little bit following the talks that we heard today, and a bit, sort of thinking about the talks that we're going to have later today. They are meant, Abigail?
Yes, I'm getting ready to launch.
Oh, okay. So go ahead.
So I have launched the poll. You should see it on your screen.
So how do you access information?
Awesome, the answers are rolling in. We're about 50% of everyone answered.
So this question kind of follows some of the talks we heard about yesterday. But it's also, I think, to some extent, a way to sort of gauge how, there is different ways of getting the information and sharing information that we have here in the VI.
Okay, I'm going to leave it open for about 30 more seconds. Okay, I'm ending the poll. I shared the results. You should be able to see the results. Can you see them?
Yes. So the majority of us access information through government notices and announcements, really showing the importance that the government plays in helping us understand what's going on, understand where to get information, understand where to get resources. Newspaper and radio also. Friends and coworkers come. Instagram is, I guess we have some youth among us. I'm glad 16% of us are youth. Facebook and coworkers, 33%, very interesting. We heard yesterday about the importance of informal network, but government and newspaper and radio are at the top, which is very interesting. So the next talk, actually, would you mind, let's see. No, I think we're gonna move on to the next talk because of time, but the next talk is gonna talk about the role of different actors to be able to do what we wanna do and what we wanna achieve as a community. So the next talk is given by Mr. Azaroff, who is an architect in New York. He was present at the first and second HMP workshop and really instrumental in helping us think about how to frame our HMP efforts. So I'm going to play now. I'm going to share my screen. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here today. And I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about stakeholders and some non-traditional stakeholders. Again, my name is Ilya Azaroff, and I'm an architect that specializes in building resilient capacity. And some of our work happens to be on a lot of different islands around the world. Building resilient capacity has some common threads, and we can learn from a lot of different places. The commonalities that I have seen have brought me to this place where I can advise you and several of your colleagues on some potential better ways to identify gaps and bring in resources. So I'm going to tell you about a few of those today. Before we get started, I want to say that resilient communities are adaptive communities. And to really get at this, you have to think of resilience as a great collaborative effort and look beyond what you traditionally think of as a project delivery team or even a governing entity. So for resilience, in my opinion, has 4 dimensions to it. The things you need to think about happen to be scale, where adaptation is not just the buildings, it's a whole complex series of networks. In addition, that location is always in a state of change. It's always in the state of becoming something else. And you also have to look at all hazards, not just the ones that you have experienced in the past year or 2 or in recent memory. Understand all hazards. And then, of course, projecting forward for time. And that's why I appreciate today's discussion. So my agenda today is really to talk about building for tomorrow. We're going to identify gaps, identify goals, take a look at prioritizing needs. What are your mission critical functions so you can keep operations? Also describe the relationship of governance in this entire movement to build resilient capacity. Partners, actors, NGOs, small scale and large scale case studies. So first and foremost, defining community resilience, you need to identify your gaps. And with that is creating a study of what your threats and hazards are, understanding your assets and capabilities. And within understanding those, you'll see that there are capacity gaps as well as capabilities of aligning risk profiles. And what that means is you become better aware of what you need when you're building your projects or building your community. So when I say critical functions, making a list of mission critical functions that keeps you operating daily before, during, and after the disaster. So prioritizing those needs, such as what supports daily livelihood in the community, or what supports my business, or what supports my house and household. Providing safety during the shocks and stresses, as well as serving as an anchor for recovery after disasters. That's the role of each of us if we want to build resilient capacity through all the sectors. So with that, this brings me to governance. Governance is a top-down system. And that approach is, just think of it as a vertical network with the community engaging at several elements along the way. In fact, there's the federal government that its role is to really serve as policy as well as funding before, during, and after the disaster. The state, territorial, and tribal governing system is really coordinating between FEMA and local governments during and after a disaster. And then, of course, we get to the real heart of this. All disasters are local. Local agencies are responsible for the public safety and welfare. And then local officials, they lead and execute community preparedness and response. And that brings you down to the community, right? All disasters are local. And what is the community? Ideally, resilient communities are meant to be autonomous systems. You need to build to that capacity that it's autonomous. If the government takes time to respond or fails in its capacity or is broken in any of those links, you need to operate to a level of competency. That's what I mean by autonomous systems and communities. That can mean your energy being produced locally, infrastructure being supported locally, whatever it may be. And here's some of those examples. The role of government is to facilitate. In this case, the community could be transportation, power, water, communication, security, whatever it is, has a degree of interoperability that can survive shocks and stresses. That's resilience. And to get there, it's not just the government as well as the community. You need partners such as NGOs, stakeholders to achieve that success. So in the private sector, it's well known that after disasters, places like CVS Pharmacy or Tide or other large corporations or entities come in and help after a disaster. But you probably didn't know the partnerships can exist well beforehand. Home Depot, Simpson Strong Tie, Kohler Generator, whichever it may be, can be engaged to help build resilient capacity well ahead of time in a partnership entity organization. Others that you think of after the disaster happens to be the volunteer agencies or NGOs. These NGOs actually are really engaged at the front end well before the disaster, helping you prevent the failure of those systems, those autonomous systems, failure of the community in various sectors. So you need to really look to them to assist in building this capacity or being part of your teams. The other part of this is we know that it's a very complex puzzle, and that other piece of the puzzle may be the VOAD, NGO, private sector, or other stakeholder engagement. Because what we really need to do is build a resilient community with one plan, but expand our idea of who those stakeholders are and who those important constituents are. So I'm going to give you two really quick examples. I've presented this case study here in the USVI before, building a very small house. But what I left out of that presentation is the collaborative team. So pulling together everyone to build a resilient, sustainable house at this very small scale is something that should resonate all across the islands. We brought together everyone from PCA and BASF and Engineered Woods, as well as NJIT as part of the stakeholders. And we looked to the typical resources that everyone can find, right? And then we went to guidance beyond. So these are the typical resources. The atypical resources happen to be that small house really engage this really large team. And you can see some of the folks that are here. So we brought in governing bodies, including the folks at FEMA, International Code Council, insurance agencies, you name it, to bring it together to create a team that could make something that did not exist before. It made the load lighter, but also brought in expertise that we didn't frankly have ourselves. Insurance is one of the ones that we often overlook. The insurance companies are very interested in assisting building a resilient capacity to make sure that shocks and stresses do not hurt their bottom line. Let's be honest about it. So think about that when you're looking at your projects. So we were very successful in this project, bringing it together. And here's an example with John and Gargiola from FEMA on one end of this, the folks at BASF on one end of that photograph, the owner and myself in the middle. In the end, we built this amazing house and credited many along the way. During a power outage, we were so happy that Kohler had jumped in to give us assistance on the energy backup. Now that gives you a small scale example of how this can work. The larger scale example, here's one that we're engaged in now in Hawaii. Now this is a community scale resilient building project. On the north shore of Oahu, there are no emergency shelters. 26,000 Native Hawaiians live in a low-lying coastal area that happens to be some of the most high-risk areas in the United States. So we were asked to come in and say, hey, you know, there's no shelter, and they've been working at this for 10 years to build resilient capacity. Given our experience, we've engaged with the community, and what we found is they're part of the Plan OLA, which is their overall Hawaiian resilience plan from 100 resilient cities. What we did was put together community meetings and brought on stakeholders that the community never thought about. We conducted trainings and workshops, taking tours of the area. And what this has done is it's brought us to a place where this is our group that is now engaged. You can see city and state government as well as federal government involved. Okay, then we also have our constituents. But if you look around this, now we have the business and institutions also engaged. Those businesses include Verizon, Turtle Bay Resort, which is close by, a medical center that wants to be part of this. So you're bringing those in along with faith-based organizations. The institutions involved are schools and colleges and other organizations. So what we brought in is this entire group of organizations to actually realize this project. So as a result, the community or the planning team reflects city and state government, experts like myself, local officials, and now we're bringing in those NGOs and private sector folks. Our current report out is that we now have achieved $2.75 million in state funding that didn't exist before for this project. We've received $350,000 in CARES Act funding to do community resilience training, so people have a greater understanding of how to protect themselves and then how to move this forward. We're also going after BRIC funding, and those private sector and NGOs that have come on board are committing to support this project, increasing our chances for BRIC and funding beyond. So in essence, the community says we are now visible because they can, after 10 years, understand there is a vision for the future based on expanding their idea of who the participants are. So with that, I'm going to say thank you very much and pass this on over back to Greg. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ilya, for a great presentation about the importance of having as many stakeholders present at the table and the importance of all voices to be heard when we think about a project. So we're going to have some questions for Ilya, but I think you also heard a great sort of combination of talks that sort of really create a nice picture of what does it mean to create a very resilient Virgin Island. So any question for Ilya? Any questions for any of the speakers? Any thoughts that you want to share?
Hi, this is Kamiko. I was just wondering if, I don't know what currently exists. I've tried to poke around and do a little bit of research myself about what exists on island in terms of technical training. And I was wondering if the hazard mitigation plan has a workforce development component, could be some of that element be used to try and develop a infrastructure and equipment maintenance and repair curriculum on island?
That's a good question, Kimiko. We do not have funding to do this type of training. It's very much talked about, and I think Department of Labor is talking about it for a while, about creating vocational school. And I think some plans are underway to do that in St. Croix. We are going to be trying to provide some training, capacity building training at the end of our project, mostly with stakeholders who are on this call. But you're raising a good point. Following the talk that Jack had, building that capacity for maintenance, and it's good for the economy. It can also help diversify the economy by building some of those skills and this workforce here in the territory. So there's a lot of good things associated with your suggestion.
Yeah, and also typically high, fairly high paying jobs, for that, and also being more resilient. But my experience is that there's so much money that's just flooding out to contractors, that if that money were kept locally and invested in training the local workforce.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I think that has been flagged, and I think the government, Department of Labor is working on it. The nonprofits are also working on it. The St. Croix Foundation, My Brother's Workshop, and others are also working on building some of that capacity. So I think it's underway. Good morning.
Thank you.
Enterprise partner, how you doing? You're on mute. Do you have a question? You're on mute. We cannot hear you. We still cannot hear you. And while we're trying to get those difficulties, just wanted to announce that we're going to have a workshop coming up looking at this idea of really having different partners involved in resilience and risk mitigation. And I think the title is Risk Mitigation from Government House to Your House. I will tell you the date in a minute, but it's going to be a workshop coming at the end of the month in partnership with Lori from Community Enterprise Community Partners. Lori, you had a question?
Oh, I was going to say, can you guys hear me okay now?
Yes, yes, yes.
All right, yes. Great, Ilya, great presentation. Always good to hear all the amazing work that Ilya is leading. I was just going to say that there are agencies that are investing or looking to invest in capacity training for resiliency and mitigation. The EDA, and Economic Development Agency, is looking at deploying funding. We're working with the team, Greg and Kim and some other folks, to look at that. And there's also funding from the USDA that could potentially be earmarked towards this effort. And Ilya, that would certainly be, I think, appropriate for Hawaii. In addition to the DR MIT funding coming in from HUD. And then of course, the FEMA BRIC program is a program that really would support planning and training if it's something that anyone's interested in setting up. But they're, that's all good money for this work.
All right, so thank you so much. So we're gonna go into our break. And so I just wanna share that after the break, we're gonna come and do a little breakout session. So if you have time during the break, look at resilientvi.org, scroll down, and you will see in the workshop resources, you will see some information about the breakout session that we're gonna go into. And it's gonna be similar to what we had yesterday. We're gonna be broken into different groups, smaller groups. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna sort of ask the question, you know, what is needed for the infrastructure to be robust? And then what is needed for this infrastructure system to really sort of, you know, fix problems when they arise. You heard a lot of talks about resilience, talk about robustness, talks about, you know, risk mitigation. So we're gonna do a little sort of exercise where we're gonna ask you to sort of, you know, digest what you heard, but, you know, provide us with a lot of ideas on how we can build up resilience, build up capacity, build up risk strategy, risk mitigation strategy in a VI from different sort of point of view and different level. So look at this, it's at resiliencevi.org during the breakout. We're gonna come back at 11:45 or 10:45, so just in 10 minutes. So see you very soon. Abigail, would you mind putting a clock for 10 minutes and share your screen?
Sure, not a problem.
See you all in 10 minutes.
Canvassing, phone banking, voter registration drive, and really being out there getting the word and the but I remember
Hey, Greg. Still muted.
Oh, hi.
Yes.
So Michael is gonna do the breakout since he did it yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I'll be in there with him, but yeah. All right. Oh, well, great talk this morning.
Yeah.
Can you repeat? Is Michael doing a breakout room for Kim?
Yeah.
Okay, let me make that change.
Oh, okay. I thought I assisted you this morning.
Good morning, Greg and Kim. You guys are rocking it again.
Thank you.
Thanks. Well, it's 90% Greg, and I'm just trying to fill in the gaps where I can. But anyway, it's been a good meeting. I was nervous 30 hours ago. So.
I have a question. So in the chat's going so fast, and there are so many really great points. I wonder if there's an opportunity to some extent, write up some of the discussion from the chat, right? So you get the chat captured, right, by Zoom after at the end.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if there's a way to kind of post-process and moderate some of the discussion. So for example, questions posed to Dan or me, we could, after the fact, sort of respond a little bit more thoughtfully and write some things up. I've got a question for Ilya that I'd like him to comment on, and I think would be interesting for everybody. But it's the kind of thing where, he'd probably want to think about it a little bit and maybe write a little something up. But if we could write that up and make it part of the website or something after the fact, kind of a curated, moderated discussion, I think that would be a really interesting thing. And I don't know what exactly the right medium for doing that is. Sometimes at conferences or kind of things, you might actually write it up in some kind of a journal article or, some kind of a thing. I'm not suggesting we need to do that, but some way of capturing the interactions here, to the extent that makes sense, I think would be interesting. And I'd be happy to contribute to that to the extent that, some of the conversation is on things that are related to the topics that we presented. Just something to think about.
That's a good point.
It is, and I think that there is great content there. And to your point, some questions. I think we could shrink it considerably, and be a fairly heavy-handed.
Create a digest, right? Yeah.
Yeah, digest it down. But I think no, I think you're right, because I'm not as gifted a multitasker as some. It's like you either listen to the talks and then you see these comments flying, but there's value in both. But anyway, we'll take a look at it once we're wrapping things up, and we'll sit down and sort of walk through some of these. And I think you're right. I think there's something there to share and to build on. I think there's a lot.
Participants have been great, providing awesome input. So really, thank you everyone for your participation. This is the point of workshops, and I'm really excited. I wish we could see you in person, but we're not. But this new format has some advantages than maybe in the past. We were not able to sort of capture. So this is a new world, but it's also good in some ways, even though it would be nice to be in the same room like we had in the past. Maybe virtual reality or hologram will fix that. In the meantime, we are still in the virtual world. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go into breakout groups. So Abigail is gonna randomly assign you to a breakout group.
Hold on a second. Oh, yes, I am here. I'm sorry, I have a lot of background noise going on by me.
Kim, do you mind muting yourself?
Yep.
Thanks. So you're gonna be in a breakout room. We have 6 moderators, so there's gonna be slightly more than 10 people in the breakout room. So maximize your screen so you can see each other. The moderator is going to walk you through an exercise. And what we're going to be doing today is slightly different than what we did yesterday. So if you remember yesterday, we were filling a Google form where we were sort of looking at one system, and then we were just sort of, asking you, how's it going? Is it going poorly? Is it going well? How ways it's going well? How ways going not so well? And then what can make it excellent? So today what we're gonna do is we're gonna flip that a little bit. We're gonna do as many as possible, and we're just gonna answer 3 questions. So the first one is for the particular sector that you pick first, let's say energy, we can say, is the physical infrastructure needed to deliver this service robust? The building, the pipes, a lot of what Dan talked about this morning. Is the agency responsible for this service able to quickly fix problems when they arise? So this idea of, are we sensing, are we learning, are we anticipating, are we adapting, are we just jumping, or are we just basically this idea of extensibility, oh, wow, I know how to fix this problem so that, the customers don't lose power. You might never see it, but, WAPA somehow pulled a generator that was maybe dormant and made it happen. We're just going to ask another question about thinking about vulnerable population and who are the most vulnerable to the loss of this service. And then going back to the presentation about NGOs and the role of having multiple partners in this discussion about risk mitigation and resilience. Are NGOs providing this service? So this is what we're going to do. We're going to do it, based on the last event that we had, whether it's a drought or an earthquake or hurricane. The last event that we had since 2017 are mostly big rain events, a hurricane, and a drought. So think about it for as many hazards as you can. And then think about it, again, at a day-to-day normal condition. And if there is no big change between after the last event emergency and normal day-to-day, that's fine. And then try to think about solutions to the issues that were identified. And then any type of other ideas that you have to address the issue. So you are sent before the breakout. Sorry, hold on a second. It's in my way. Okay. So before the breakout, I sent you to this. Which sort of explain a little bit more what I just explained. So please feel free to go back to this PDF if you lost, but hopefully I'm sure your moderator will do an awesome job just guiding through everything. So we're gonna have this breakout session until 11:30. So that would mean that 25 minutes. So let's just say 30 minutes. So Abigail, if you can set up the breakout for 30 minutes, that would be good. And so at the beginning, at the top of the PDF, there was a list of sectors. So you can just pick one and then move on to the next one and try to just move on through the list. Any question? All right. Have fun in your breakout. See you soon.
I am open in all rooms. Hi, everyone. Is everything okay? Did you receive a request to join the breakout rooms?
Abby,
Yes.
I'm here taking care of our situation. Thank you.
Okay, no
All
problem.
right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hi, everyone. Would you like to join our breakout room?
Yes. Abigail, good morning. My name
Yes.
is Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
Can I go up to breakout room 5, please?
5? Okay, I'm sending you right now.
Thank you.
Anissa, were you assigned to one earlier, or you just came in a bit late and didn't get in?
No, I had to drop because I had a meeting, so I just come back on.
Okay, which room were you in?
I weren't in any because I left at 10, had a meeting.
Oh, okay, so I'll just randomly assign you to one.
Thank you.
Johanna, is there a room that you were in earlier, or can I randomly assign you? How about you, Eve?
No, this is the first time I'm hearing this. I usually just log in and listen.
Okay, so everyone are in breakout rooms. Would you like to join, or well, they're gonna be in the breakout sessions for at least the next 25 minutes. So I can send you in one so you can participate. Is that
Beautiful.
okay?
That was great. Thank you.
Okay, you're
I
welcome.
won't join any of the breakout groups, but I really would like to listen.
Can you repeat?
I don't need to join any of the breakout groups, but I would very much like to listen to the presenters.
Okay, so are you gonna wait here until everyone rejoins for the main session?
What I'll do is I'll check back in.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hi, Leah. Would you like to join a breakout group or are you going to wait in the main session? Hello, everyone. Would you like to join a breakout room?
I can wait. This is Jeff.
Okay.
Okay, but I'll let others speak as well.
Okay, no problem.
Just have a lot going on the home front here with kids.
The breakout
Okay.
session ends in about 10 minutes, so
Okay,
hold
perfect.
on.
That would be great. I'll be back in 10. Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome.
on in water is how cisterns provide backup.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. All right. We had great conversation in our breakout room. I had to throw away the book and just sort of just capture whatever was going on in the discussion, because the discussion was flying in all directions. Lots of good inputs. So we started with the water sector, and slowly but surely ended up in transportation, health, housing, the need for better planning. Yeah, a simple discussion as water really started to touch all sectors. And we saw that yesterday, how different, interdependent sectors are. It can be also overwhelming because there are so many issues that we are faced with. So the need to sort of, for us at the HMP, to be just thinking about hazards and hazard mitigation, but the need for coordination among plans. Working with the watershed management plan effort happening, working with a potential land use plan effort that will happen, or any other plan. There is a lot of overlap between different ideas, between different efforts. So it was a fruitful, great conversation. The water sector is complex in the Virgin Islands, as Dave Alderson mentioned yesterday. Thinking about the public water sector and its issues, lots of, age infrastructure that can lead to health problem. And as we heard yesterday, the health infrastructure is pretty fragile. So major disease outbreak coming from the public infrastructure failing can be detrimental to our healthcare infrastructure. At the household level, we capture water in cisterns, so there's a great ability to get water in different ways. But if your pipe is cracked, if the electricity is off, you have difficulty accessing this water. And in terms of drought, you can have more trucks on the road, which damage the road, which can create problems for transportation, especially if those areas are remote. So remote communities being very vulnerable to drought impact, very vulnerable to transportation impact of the trucks, water trucks. So anyways, a lot of great conversation, starts to get a little bit complex. So a lot of cleaning up afterwards, but really good conversation, starting with water, ended up talking about housing, transportation, healthcare, and energy sectors. So thank you, my co-breakout groupers. Anybody else wants to report impression? Anybody else had to throw the rules like I did and just capture whatever discussion was happening?
Yeah, it's pretty much what we did on wastewater. The rubric didn't last too long. We had a fabulous discussion on identifying kind of what we don't know, what our problems are at a higher level, and sort of thinking through higher level ways of solutions, which was really cool. Jack was in my group, and he threw out the idea, like, should we think of a long-term strategy to discourage people from being in these hazardous areas rather than trying to reinforce these areas to keep them safe, things like that. And our discussion went pretty far. I was pretty happy about it. But just like you, we definitely got off the rubric.
As long as you captured notes, it's all good.
Yes.
Yeah, well, my group stayed on the rubric, and we did a really good job. Yeah, can you believe that? We were also talking about water. It seems like water was the thing that everyone was most interested in. We had folks from DPNR, EPA, and NGOs, and we really focused on kind of how cisterns provide a unique capacity in the territory, and how they, the cisterns largely survived a lot of the events, but they do get contaminated. So just figuring out ways to make it so people who have cisterns can clean them and clear them, remove the contamination, support things like bucket dipping that is otherwise unavailable for people who don't have cisterns, and largely trying to move down to like the household level and provide capacity for individual households to better provide for their own water. But also there was discussion about how there was kind of a disconnect when FEMA showed up, that they didn't even really know what the cisterns were, how they affected the systems, and they thought that they were like crawl spaces, other kinds of things. And it took a while for kind of learning, both on the local side to the federal side, about how we could be utilizing these systems and how we should be thinking about them. As well as on the NGO side, it seemed like a lot of the discussions were mostly between NGOs and the federal government, and there wasn't enough discussion with the VI territorial government. So there's like this backup capacity that's really great for the water system in terms of people having potable water, but there might be disconnects in terms of the coordination and education associated with how to best utilize them.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Anybody else want to report about their group? The great discussion. You don't have to be the moderator to chime in.
Sure, I'll go ahead and talk about my group. So we got through 3 of the different sectors. So we started with agriculture and fisheries. And what was brought up there within the fisheries is that it was pretty okay after the storms, and that there was a lot of cooperation among fishers, especially right after, which is not normal for this sector, but it was, showing a bit of the community there and helping one another. Also, we mentioned in agriculture that there are some issues with storing water, which is especially hard during droughts. And there's a need for compost to increase the robustness of that system. We then talked about the energy sector and how since the storms, there's been a lot done to improve the system. And there's even been some improvements in response time when we're fixing the services after, now following the hurricanes. And this may have been done because during the hurricanes, when things were rebuilt, it was rebuilt better than before. So it's easier to maintain now than it was before. We also talked about how NGOs very much helped after the storms with providing generators to people and kind of matching donations with those in need and vulnerable populations, and sharing information about who needs different assets or what can help. And then the last sector we talked about was road transportation and logistics. And this was quite interesting. Most people said that residents were the main road clearers, especially for immediate response. And beyond that, also private services, like people who had these equipment available because the government didn't always have the services, the equipment, and it was also damaged during the storms. And so some issues that happen with that is that the funds then for repair, because people were not left, without roads or without access because they did it themselves, they were then ineligible for those funding because they, didn't have any suffering. But so that was a big issue that may need to be addressed in the future. And then finally, we talked about that there is kind of an asset mapping going on in the territory to understand what capacity the private organizations and NGOs have to help after these events.
Yes, good. And we're going to talk about some of that this afternoon from IU. So yes, awesome. We are ready for lunch break. Any last comments before the lunch break? All right, so during your lunch break, I just want to bring your attention to, if you're looking for something cool to look at during your lunch break, go to our website, resiliencevi.org. At the top, you will see a tab that says, what does resilience look like? And what we did is we interviewed different folks from Megan's Bay Department of Education, WAPA, the hospital, the Port Authority about, what does resilience look like for them? So really cool interviews, really cool perspective about different managers of very important systems here in the territory. So during your lunch break, please look at this website and look at those videos if you have the time. You can also look at our agenda. So we are supposed to come back at 12:30. So in an hour, maybe 50 minutes from now. Please come back. We're gonna have some great talks talking about what's happening now. During your talk, there was the breakout group, there was a lot of energy about how we can fix things, the solutions. Let's stay on this positive note and sort of hear from Ms. Rivera about the good stuff happening in the territory since the hurricane, example for what's going on in the VI, example for how we are dealing with this drought problem, and then this data need and a capacity building effort. And so after that, we're gonna have a wonderful afternoon close out thinking about sustainable development, because all of this that we're doing here right now, all this talk about risk mitigation, it's all about staying alive, having a good life here in the Virgin Islands. So it's all about sustainable development. So great afternoon coming up, have a great lunch, and see you in an hour. And Abigail, if you can put a timer for, so I would believe that's 55 minutes.
Sure.
See you in 55 minutes, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. 10 more seconds and we will start. Hi, Elia. Great presentation, Elia. Thank you so much. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful lunch, break, whatever you did the last hour. So we're gonna have a wonderful afternoon. We've learned a lot this morning. We had 3 great talks that I think really worked really well together about the importance of investing in our infrastructure, in our service sector, the importance of getting as many voices in the room as possible, but really working with folks who are receiving the service the most. As Steve Kaufman said, really ask, what do we want, and from that sort of think about, what is it that we need to do. So, great talk this morning from friends from NPS, friend from FEMA, and friend from Lab Plus or Plus Lab. And so we're gonna have a good afternoon as well. So since we just came back from lunch, we're just gonna do a little quick poll. So Abigail, can you have the first lunch-related poll? Abigail, are you back? I believe you are. I'm not sure what's happening with Abigail. I'm gonna call her.
Has some tech
Here you are.
difficulties.
Okay.
I'm ready. Are you ready for the icebreaker?
Yes.
All right. So I am launching a poll. It is one question, but it's a very important question. The question is, which pate do you prefer?
And I answered.
And the answers are rolling in. I'm sorry, there isn't a vegan option.
You can eat around the meat. I think you're probably thinking roti. Roti will be for next year.
Yeah, roti is a good one. Okay, so 42 persons answered so far. I'm gonna give it about 30 more seconds before I end the poll.
I think there's a question of what is saltfish. Saltfish is great. So that, Dave, next time you're here, you have to try. I don't think they do lionfish pates, but I think Kim is probably working on that. He has an army of researchers. Just like
Okay,
you can
I'm
boss
ending the
around.
poll now. I'm ending the poll. Wow.
Yes.
So beef and
Saltfish.
saltfish are tied with 40%.
All right. Well, thank you. So we're gonna switch gear a little bit, and let's see. Yes. So we're just gonna do another poll very quickly about the services. So we're gonna hear about great stuff happening in the territory and elsewhere this afternoon. So before we do that, just sort of, we talked a lot about how things don't work. So the first poll, the poll that you will see now is about the service that you like the most. So Abigail, do you wanna try to
Yes,
pick?
I just launched the poll.
All right. So which one do you like most? It's not which one is important. That's not the question. It's which one do you like most in the VI for the services it provides you?
Just over 50% of the participants answered. This seems like a tough one. The answers aren't coming in as fast.
It's a difficult question. It's a question that we don't ask often, but there are a lot of things that are great in the territory. Hilary just gave a nice shout out to Vaitima.
Yeah, if I may, I do think that that is relevant here. I think the communication through multiple platforms about hazards, both of health and natural causes. I do think that that's a really great service that the territory has prioritized and really grown with time.
Yeah, thank you. We had some limits. We had to cut some, so we cut telecommunication, but good shout out and good point, Hilary. Thank you.
I'm going to give it about 20 more seconds.
So what is working great? That's the question.
Okay, I'm ending the poll now. And here are the results.
Yeah, so despite the lack of funding that we heard about yesterday, it's really nice to see arts and culture in the first place by a wide margin, actually. Agriculture, great. And then after that, I think it's all a bit of a pack. Energy, I'm glad that you hear energy is going well. Solid waste is going well. I think solid waste is going well, relatively speaking, compared to other islands. You know, garbage is picked up. Streets are clean, relatively speaking. So there's a lot of good stuff going on in the territory. Thank you. All right. So let's see. We're gonna start the talk. So the first talk is gonna be from Ms. Rivera, talking about all the good efforts that the Vaitima and Office of Disaster Recovery and other partners in the government have been doing. It's a great segue from what the nice shout out from Hilary. So I'm going to share my screen. Oops, sorry, once again, I need to double check. Oops, I need to double check that I have shared the volume and I did not.
Mitigation officer.
Start from the beginning.
Good afternoon. My name is Graciela Rivera, and I'm the Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer. On behalf of the Hazard Mitigation Team, Vaitima, and the Office of Disaster Recovery, I would like to say thank you to everyone for attending the 3rd Annual Hazard Mitigation Resilience Plan Workshop. Today, Hazard Mitigation would like to talk about reducing risk and building a stronger Virgin Islands. Mitigation under the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. Mitigation is any long-term activity which can help reduce the impact of future natural disasters. Overarching goal of mitigation is to prevent or reduce the risk to life and property. Hazard Mitigation Grant Program goes into effect within 30 days after a presidential major disaster declaration. On the images on the side, we have some of the natural disasters that mitigation provides solutions or ways to reduce impacts from. We have the earthquakes in Puerto Rico. We have a sample of the beginning of a drought in St. John. We have obviously a Hurricane Maria from September 2017, and we have a flooding situation in Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas. HMGP project requirements. This is just a quick summary for familiarity. HMGP applications must include activities covered by the approved Territorial Hazard Mitigation Plan. It must support risk reduction activities and improve resiliency. It must eliminate or reduce the impact from future hazards, must provide a long-term solution for the community, must adhere to environmental, historical, and economic policies, must be technically feasible, and must be cost-effective. Cost effectiveness is measured using a FEMA tool called the benefit cost analysis. FEMA has created lifelines, and these lifelines enable the continuous operation of critical government and business functions and are deemed essential for human health, safety, or economic security. These 7 lifelines have been incorporated into the current hazard mitigation project application development process. They include safety and security, which includes law enforcement, security, fire services, search and rescue, government services, and community safety. Food, water, shelter, which includes all of the above, and agriculture, health and medical care, public health, patient movement, medical supply chain, fatality management, energy, power grid and fuel, communications, the infrastructure, responder communications, alert warnings and messages, finance, 911, and dispatch. Transportation, roadway, motor vehicle, mass transit, railway, aviation, and maritime. Hazardous materials, facilities, hazmat, pollutants, and contaminants. Hazard mitigation activities and goals. Our goals are to lessen response and recovery resource requirements after any disaster, reduce the vulnerability of our community to disaster and their effects, promote individual and community safety and the ability to rapidly recover from disruptions, examine ways to reduce vulnerability of existing buildings and infrastructures, take steps to reduce the vulnerability of natural resources, incorporate the protection of cultural properties. Disaster mitigation can incorporate both structural and non-structural solutions. And last but not least, results in safer communities that are less reliant on external financial assistance. Some of the projects that we currently have in place that will help reduce vulnerabilities are, we have 2 projects with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We have a post-disaster code enforcement, and we have the floodplain regulation and NFIP post-disaster. It was proven after Hurricane Irma and Maria that the changes that were made to the code post-Marilyn and the homes that were repaired or reconstructed after that storm did hold better with the sustained winds and the impact from Hurricane Irma and Maria. With the Department of Public Works, we do have 2 projects territory-wide. One is a culvert improvement and another one is a slope stabilization. The initial part of these projects are for us to identify the locations that most require mitigation and what type of mitigation activity would best serve the community. We have 2 projects with the Water and Power Authority for energy. One is a St. Thomas microgrid in Boboni area, and the other one is on St. Croix in Adventure. The goal for this is to create additional reliance when it comes to power restoration and activation after a disaster. We have a project that we're looking at buying out properties that are in special flood hazard areas. And this will ensure that we incorporate green space and develop ways to help minimize any additional impact to surrounding areas from flooding. The VITEMA, we have the Emergency Operations Center Wind Retrofit and Safe Room. This facility will provide a safe environment for key critical agencies and VITEMA and 911 to be able to shelter in place during any disaster. Part of this project include having a stronger infrastructure for communications in order to ensure that during and after the storm, there is some communication not only between the 4 islands, but also with the mainland. Projects that improve drainage and minimize flooding impacts across the island of St. Croix. We currently have multiple projects with the Department of Public Works on St. Croix. We have the Gallows Bay drainage improvement. We have the Hannah's Rest drainage improvement, which also incorporates some potential land acquisition. We have the North Side drainage project improvement and the Mahogany Road drainage improvement. All these projects will probably have additional elements with other grants, such as the CBDGDR. The focus from the hazard mitigation is more on the reduction of flood and drainage improvements. The Spring Gut Watershed Green Space Acquisition, Phase 1 is approved, and that is with the VI Trail Alliance. That will incorporate the purchase of 50 acres for green space in perpetuity. And the second phase, if approved, will also result in some additional features being added to minimize flooding affecting the surrounding neighborhoods and also the Gallows Bay area. Projects that will improve drainage and minimize flooding in St. Thomas, St. John. We have the Dono Bypass Drainage Improvement Project. We have the St. Thomas East End Reserve. We have the Smith Bay Stormwater Mitigation Project, and all of those are done with the Department of Public Works. With the Coral Bay Community Council on the island of St. John, we have the Ironwood Road Stabilization and Drainage Improvement Project. And also in St. John with the Estate Fish Bay Owners Association, we have the Fish Bay Road Improvement Project. Sheltering projects. We do have some sheltering projects under the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. We have the Canigata Community Center Wind Retrofit and Safe Room. That is an approved project being worked on through the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation. We have with the Department of Human Services, the former St. Dunstan Episcopal School Wind Retrofit and Safe Room. With the St. Croix Community Foundation, we have the Alexander Theater Wind Retrofit and Safe Room. This project also incorporates the protection of cultural property. So this shows a project where we try to combine multiple guidelines and guidances for mitigation. We have the UVI Multipurpose Complex and Safe Room that has been submitted, and this would be a joint project with the CBTGDR and HUD. This is with the University of the Virgin Islands. And we have with the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, the St. John Community Center Wind Retrofit and Safe Room. Project promoting safety by providing backup power. Most of the safe room applications that we have in HMGP include generators for facilities with no generator currently on site. We do have some additional generator projects for the Sugar Estate Head Start and the Anna's Retreat Senior Center. Those are done by the Department of Human Services. And with the Department of Health, we have the Elder Shelter Brand Mental Health Facility. We are also working on a project for enclosure for the existing generator at Mars Hill Head Start. Mars Hill is a shelter site. They do have a functional generator, but it is currently in the elements. So this enclosure will ensure that it has longevity and it works during the time of a disaster. We do have some projects where we are hardening critical facilities throughout the territory. We have a few fire service stations. We have the Charles Tappy Seals and Grove Place. We have the Herbert L. Canigata Richmond Fire Station. We have the Emile Henderson Fire Station in Frederickstead, and we have the Emile C. Berry St. Thomas Fire Station. We also have for the VI Police Department, the Leander Jurgen Police Station in St. John. And we have this is with the Department of Property and Procurement, the Water Island Firehouse Wind Retrofit. For communications, we know that communication was a challenge after Hurricane Irma and Maria, and in order to facilitate quick recovery and communications for emergency services, the VIPD has a project for backup wireless hotspots. VIT has a portable communication towers, and then in addition to that, with the VI Next Generation Network, we are working on providing them with generators to ensure continuity with connectivity post a disaster. The top two projects have been approved. The one for VINGN has been submitted and is currently undergoing FEMA's review. Some examples of projects that are non-structural solution projects. We have a project with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources that is a watershed management studies. A total of 8 watersheds in the islands of St. Croix and St. Thomas will be part of this study. With the University of the Virgin Islands, we have the Living Shoreline Database. We have with the Nature Conservancy, the Coral Reef Flooding Reduction and Cost Effectiveness Mapping. And with the Coral Bay Community Council, we have the Coral Bay H&H study. These and similar projects will provide very key, valuable information that will be useful in the development of future mitigation projects. These projects will also provide information that may be used by the various agencies for future planning of construction projects or even policy development. Safer communities and lesser reliance on external financial assistance. Mitigation tends to lessen the financial impact on the territory and reduces the reliance on federal assistance. The frequency of natural disasters throughout the U.S. is an important consideration. As more and more disasters take place, the funding then becomes limited. So anything that we can do proactively before a disaster to minimize impact and damage would be helpful. Successful implementation of mitigation projects have been proven to minimize the amount of time for communities to resume regular activities, which is a positive for the community and the economy. We saw this after Hurricane Irma and Maria, where lack of connectivity had a significant impact on the ability to do business, and ensuring that we have a quicker turnaround will be beneficial, not only for the community spirit and feeling positive and feeling like progress is happening, but also for the economy, which is very important. Natural hazard mitigation has been proven to save $6 on an average for every dollar spent, according to the analytics by the National Institute of Building Science. Additional HMGP updates and lessons learned. HMGP updates. The hazard mitigation current application period expired on September 30th, 2020. But we received confirmation just today, November 4th, 2020, that our request for extension through March 6, 2020 has been approved. We currently have 31 active projects under Hurricane Maria, disaster 4340, and 15 active projects under Hurricane Irma, disaster 4335. Lessons learned. One of the key lessons learned is the need to move very quickly once project approval has been received. There are many competing priorities and very limited resources, and that is a challenge. So ensuring that our projects are out there front and center quicker will be more beneficial for these projects to be completed in a more timely fashion. Policies can change very quickly and have a significant impact, and the hazard mitigation team needs to be very aware and prepare proactively for those changes. There were a lot of changes within FEMA. Most of them were very beneficial for the territory, but they did have an impact on some of the hazard mitigation projects and still have an impact. They do require some additional coordination and some additional steps that lengthen the process a bit. But we are currently moving forward with that much needed coordination. The lessons learned is an ongoing process. The hazard mitigation teams needs to rapidly incorporate the lessons learned into our existing processes and communicate them to subrecipients to better assist them with moving their projects along. The contact information, Graciela Rivera, my information is there. I believe that UVI will be sharing the slides. Mr. Ossie Bradshaw is the Deputy Hazard Mitigation Officer in the St. Thomas St. John District. His information will also be available on the slide. If anyone has any questions that you think of after this presentation and the workshop is over, please feel free to reach out to us, and we will provide assistance and support and answers as needed. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Graciela, for this presentation. Any question to Graciela? There was a question in the chat about where we can find information about existing projects, and I believe ODR is providing this, the Office of Disaster Resilience is providing this information. Graciela, you want to say something?
No, I'm sorry. I was just responding to some of the items on the chat.
Okay. All right. Well,
I have a question. This is Kimiko from EPA. I was wondering, in terms of the hazard mitigation and resilience plan, I guess my feeling was that if it would be good to err on the side of being as broad as possible, because then all of the things that would be touched upon in the plan could be potentially funded, even if that wasn't a priority, that eventually it would be eligible for, could potentially be eligible for funding, but if it weren't in the plan, then it wouldn't be eligible. So is it safe to assume that, like, you know, just it might be a good idea to just throw everything in there, including the kitchen sink, in terms of what could be potentially possible?
We do try to be as broad as possible in the target areas, and we do also have to manage what is eligible under the different hazard mitigation programs. In my presentation, I focus more on the hazard mitigation grant program, which is the one tied to the disaster recovery. But there is also the BRIC, which used to be PDM, and there's also the flood mitigation assistance. So we do try to be as broad as possible. we have to be careful about adding everything on the kitchen sink because it does have some clear definitions and defined guidelines that we have to follow. But yes, we do try to be broad. Just because of that, you never know as you go forward what other potential projects could develop.
Yeah, and I guess from us in the HMP team, the idea of the kitchen sink makes us very nervous because we have to clean those dishes. So as we need to be as orderly as we can and stay focused. So we can't throw everything, but we can be judicious about what we want to throw in. And then the other thing is FEMA, we're not just looking at FEMA. There are other agencies, and Dave Alderson in his intro yesterday provided just a slide with all the different agencies, EPA included, that are working on recovery efforts in the VI. So funding is available beyond just FEMA, so we're looking at that. But we try not to be too comprehensive because otherwise the task becomes impossible.
And,
yeah,
and Greg,
oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
Sorry. I was just going to add, Graciela, and I think this is important for everyone to know, from the FEMA level, when we're talking about FEMA grants, just because a project is not in the plan does not preclude it necessarily from seeking FEMA funding. The way the HMA guidance is written is more of are projects in line and consistent with the plan, not required to actually necessarily 100% of the time be in the plan.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you for that.
And I was going to add, I'm glad Jack chimed in because Jack worked on a very important resource that outlines funding sources, federal funding sources, non-traditional funding sources for different types of mitigation projects. So that's an important resource for the Virgin Islands. And then just to piggyback on Greg's statement too, is that, as we've demonstrated throughout this workshop, we're broadening the view of kind of the traditional infrastructural focus or fix this focus on hazard mitigation to be more holistic. And so in doing that, yeah, there is a tendency to throw the long pass down the field and the kitchen sink, as you say, but we also have to be very cognizant of the capacity and capabilities of the different sectors to implement projects and be cautious on defining pathways for the implementation. So as we've seen today, it's on a house construction, as Ilya showed, it takes multiple stakeholders and it takes a lot of work to coordinate efforts if we're truly going to put mitigation and hazard risk reduction on the territory's agenda.
Yeah, thanks for that. And Jeff or Jack, if you can put this resource of funding, I believe it's a PDF, I think it's online. If you can put the link in chat, that would be great. All right, so we're gonna now look to our next door neighbor, Ms. Dawei from the British government, Virgin Island is gonna provide an update on all the great work that they have been doing since the hurricanes. They wowed us last year with a lot of great updates and a lot of thinking that they sort of implemented. So we're gonna get a further update this year. So I'm gonna share my screen with the sound, and it's Ms. Dawei from the British Virgin Island Emergency Management Agency.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melanie Dawei. I am the Technical Planning Officer from the Department of Disaster Management in the British Virgin Islands. I will be presenting on the risk reduction, resiliency, and the progress thus far in the territory since the 2017 events. The topics I will be discussing in this presentation is the National Disaster Management Program, lessons learned from 2017 events, and applying resiliency lessons and improving the DM program. The comprehensive disaster management policy within the DM framework addresses the entire disaster management cycle. The Disaster Management Act provides the legislative framework for disaster management in the BVI. The CDM strategy aids in the territory's capability to understand, manage, and reduce disaster risk by providing a foundation for achieving the elements of the Virgin Islands resilience model, which incorporates risk and crisis management components. This DM framework allows the territory to achieve EMAP accreditations for continuous improvement for the disaster management program. The Virgin Islands CDM strategy for the period of 2019 to 2025 provides a blueprint for what is needed to achieve safer, healthier, and greener communities in the BVI. The strategic framework was developed using the result-based monitoring and evaluation approach, which focuses on the development targets and the use of data to improve decision-making. It is expected that at the end of this next 7-year period, the following objective results would be achieved. The role of the NDMC is to make recommendations with respect to the preparations of the National Disaster Management Policy and Plan, and to also approve the National Disaster Management Strategy Programming Framework and submit to Cabinet. The outcomes in the strategy are aligned to the ministries of Virgin Islands government and the responsible standing committees of the NDMC, which are each chaired by the permanent secretaries, with the DDM providing technical advice, serving as the central coordination mechanism, identifying and addressing the gaps, and carrying out the monitoring and evaluation requirements. Lessons from 2017 events. So after the hurricanes, we prepared the after action report, which focused on 4 main questions. What did we intend to happen? What actually happened? What should we maintain from the event? And what should we improve on? It was clear that we were not prepared for that level of impact to the territory. So with these questions, we were able to find key areas that needed to be addressed. Some of the key areas that were looked into for better enhancement were the existing communications capabilities, as those systems failed during the storm, better volunteer management, revision of the building codes, the need for better emergency relief distribution management, and transport emergency planning. We also had challenges with debris management and finding housing for displaced persons and so forth. So these were areas that we realized that were not strengthened and that we needed to revise and update the DM strategy to better support these areas. Applying resiliency lessons and improving the DM program. A number of recovery projects have been completed throughout the territory. Many schools, community centers, and roads have been rebuilt. Water treatment plants have been rehabilitated, and many other reconstruction efforts are ongoing. We have our hazard monitoring and alert systems with new and advanced equipment. 90% of the communications network was destroyed in 2017. We have since installed 15 hazard monitoring sirens, 25 weather stations, and a number of other early warning systems that you see listed. So in the map below, it shows the siren range for that particular siren location. A sound attenuation study was done for each siren to assess and enhance the siren coverage for that community. So in the map, it shows how many buildings is covered, and it also identifies the building types. How many are residential, commercial, institutional, and so forth. We've also decentralized the contingency stocks with 6 satellite warehouses commissioned to support the central warehouse in different communities and is establishing a well-designed distribution system. This was done because our contingency supply was centralized in one area and needed to be dispersed efficiently to the remote communities. 3 satellite EOCs were commissioned at fire stations in the territory, with command and control supplies to function as community-level emergency operations centers to assist the community should they be blocked or inaccessible by other emergency responders. We are upgrading critical facilities such as shelters, schools, and other infrastructures to meet the SMART standards, which look at the non-structural and functional components of buildings and provide essential supplies and other services to these facilities. The Rapid Readiness Assessment is an assessment that all government and private sectors conduct to evaluate their status in disaster preparations. The Rapid Readiness tool was developed in order to capture their progress and determine their level of preparedness and identify the areas that they may need to address for better security. The non-structural and functional assessment looks at the territory's critical facilities. The tool was designed for evaluating the level of vulnerability of a building towards various hazards which the territory is susceptible to. The Hazard Vulnerability Assessment identifies hazards that a site for new development is susceptible to as well. For example, if a property is located on a steep slope, the assessment should determine if that area is prone to landslide. Or if a property is in a low-lying area located near a gut, we would be able to determine if that area is prone to flooding. We would then provide a report which includes hazard maps and recommendations to mitigate against those hazards for a safer and better development of that property. So public awareness, we developed simple graphics which presented the specific measures relevant to all hazards that impact the BVI. The aim of these graphics is to highlight those measures that homeowners can take to reduce the hazard-related risk inside their properties to make it safer for themselves. So for example, securing any loose structures and garden furniture during times of strong winds, or ensuring that any heavy or fragile items like glass or ornaments are securely stored within cabinets and removed from high shelves during earthquake activity, or elevating key services like generators, electronics, or anything of value above flood level, and using floodboards to prevent water from entering the building in the event of flooding. So to tie everything together, this is the BVI resiliency model, which is a model that we use to create our DM strategies. It incorporates the risk and crisis management components, which includes mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. Thank you for your time, and special thanks to Dr. Waddell and Dr. Gano for having me once again. Thank you.
I'm muted. Thank you, Ms. Dawe. That was a really, really good presentation. Any questions for Ms. Dawe?
Yeah, this is Kimiko from EPA. I was just wondering what kind of coordination is happening between the BVI and the VI in terms of disaster response and recovery, as well as mitigation and resilience.
I don't know if there's an agreement or type of cooperation between government. I know that the two governments are sharing resources on a variety of issues and sectors, but I'm not aware of any formal sort of agreement. We certainly are looking to what they're doing in order to, get ideas of what we can do here in addition to other places.
Yeah, we had the BVI on our Sustainable Materials Management speaker series, Islands SMM speaker series. I think it was Charlotte McDevitt from Green VI, and they're really, really amazing ideas that, again, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can just copycat what's working in other places and try it out.
Any other question for Ms. Dawe? All right. Well, thank you so much, Melanie, and Looking forward to having you again next year to hear more about the progress that is going on in our sister islands. Or sister territory. So I'm gonna go, we heard a lot about, the good things that is happening. And one thing that Ms. Dawe talked about was the fact that they installed a lot of weather stations. I'm really interested to learn more about those weather stations. I know that for the VI, we've been trying to increase the amount of weather stations that we have just to sort of better understand what happens during big rainfall events, but also to better sense droughts. Yesterday, we heard about drought being this silent killer that sort of, we don't see it and then boom, it appears and it has very, very extremely devastating impacts if we don't have mitigation strategies in place. So right now, we're going to talk about all the good work that is happening in the VI to make us more resilient when it comes to the threat that is drought. So Miss Christina Chanes' presentation will be shared in a second. So I'm going to share my screen once again. And so Christina Chanes from UVI is going to talk about all the good work happening on the drought monitor.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the 3rd annual Hazard Mitigation Workshop. I'm going to share Sensing Drought in the USVI, a virtual discussion exploring drought reduction, sustainability, and resiliency. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce you to some of our colleagues in the research community who support our efforts. They're from across the Eastern Caribbean, as well as the nation. So what is drought? Sensing drought is a way to identify it. And part of that is documenting it. And data is really important. And a photograph is a part of that data collection. Here is a cattle farm in St. Croix that shows soil cracking. Drought can impact every aspect of the USVI, and sensing drought is a way to identify what's happening so that we can plan to mitigate impacts. We can monitor the drought, we can evaluate historical data and collect current data. We can also acknowledge and document, such as this photograph, what the impacts are to our agricultural community and how that impacts food security across the territory so that we can plan for conservation and ways to mitigate risk. That is all dependent upon the volunteers who assist us. Here you can see Commissioner Nelson with his rain gauge. He is also a volunteer who helps us to collect data to document drought. In terms of sensing drought, the rain gauges give us on a daily basis what type of rain we're having each day. These require daily monitoring, and reporters do that between 6 and 9 a.m., 365 days a year, whereas a weather station is more technology-based and requires an internet cable. So what do we do with the information we collect? This is a photograph of the drought monitor, and this is of the Pacific Islands and the U.S. Virgin Islands. In 2019, we were included in this map. Prior to that, we were not on this map. So we've done a lot of work as researchers from 2015 to 2020 to collect enough data so that the drought monitors across the United States will include us in that. How do we do that? The most severe drought in the history of the Virgin Islands, as shared previously by my colleague, Dr. Neff. I'd like to draw your attention to line 2, January through March of 2019. You can see there was a severe drought. If you go down to 2015, March through May, we were able to get a drought declaration for the island of St. Croix, but in 2019, we didn't have enough documentation. So in that year, from 2019 to today, we've actually put a lot of effort into collecting even more data so that we are included. And this year, we were able to get on a drought declaration for the farmers in both St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, because we're able to use rain gauges to collect information from individuals across the territory. From the weather stations, this is a volunteer, Mr. Charleston, who lives on St. John. From 1994 to 2000, he collected information in Cruz Bay. In 2000, he moved over to Ajax Peak and began using a weather station where he now sends us digital information each month. We also look at and document historical data. This is the Harbor Master's book from the St. Thomas Harbor, and this book was loaned to us by the Frenchtown Historical Museum, who have this book on display. We found it, our students photographed it, digitized it, and submitted it on to the drought monitors who evaluated it and then put it in a national repository for other researchers to use. What's important to note here is that it's from 1917 to 1974, and 1917 is the year before the USVI was purchased by the United States. Other ways that we sense drought include photographs. This is a photograph of Trunk Bay on St. John, and Rafe Bouillon has been our volunteer and has been collecting data for more than 37 years. It runs in his family. His grandfather in 1908 set up the National Weather Bureau in Puerto Rico. This is a photograph again of Bordeaux documenting in real time on May 3rd what the conditions were at the pond there that they used to water the cattle and irrigate some of the crops. This is a photograph of Tide Village, and you can see from April 25th, May 9th, and June 27th, just how quickly the conditions changed due to excessive heat and a lack of rain. So what do we do with all that information? We work with our federal partners and the University of the Virgin Island researchers, and we now are included in the drought update report for Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. This is done in English and Spanish and sent out to more than 2,000 people across the nation and the Eastern Caribbean. Drought has impacts for health. As it relates to climate change, there really is an impact to all of us on a regular and daily basis. Air pollution, the Sahara dust can impact us with asthma and cardiovascular disease. Dengue, chikungunya, Zika, those are all things that mosquitoes can cause due to climate change and drought. Also, when it rains and there's standing water, mosquitoes like to gather, and that can create illness. Asthma and allergies, there's also diarrheal diseases with water quality, and there's a lack of ability to supply food because we don't have water for irrigation. Lastly, I'd like to draw your attention to extreme heat and extreme weather. We know that there can be injuries and fatalities, and with extreme heat, cardiovascular and heat-related illness and death. So climate change has a big impact, and sensing that data, sensing what's happening, collecting that data, and sharing it with others is vital so that we can do our part to be resilient and sustainable in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'd like to thank Dr. Waddell, Dr. Gunnell, Ariel McCall, as well as Dr. Neff, and Vitima and FEMA for all of the work that they're doing to put a plan together for hazard mitigation in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Christina. Really good information about what Dan was talking about this morning, you know, collecting data, sensing, get other actors to help understand what's going on. Just looking at reports from the weather station gives us, you know, part of the story, but we have to go and talk to the farmers and hear what they have to say to see, okay, it hasn't rained for 2 weeks. What does that mean to you? Do we need to worry about it? And so because of this network of volunteers, of government employees, local and federal, we can then know when things are sort of going awry and think about and anticipate and adapt when things are bad. But we can also put in place mitigation strategies. We can also, you know, in one of my breakout group this morning, we were talking about ponds, and we saw a picture of a water pond so that we can have access to water when water is a scarce resource. So I think that was a great example of good stuff going on here in the territory. Any question for Christina?
Yeah, I got one. Christina, awesome presentation. The work you've done is fantastic. This really, as I put in the comments, this great example of how sensing helps. I think we've done a bang up job on this. I'm anxious to see what you think are the next steps. I see agriculture is something everyone knows that we need. Drought stands in the way of agriculture to a large extent. Where can we build on this? What do you see as what's next?
Okay, so Mr. Creaky put in the chat that he wants to know what's happening in Bordeaux. So I'll just briefly talk about that. Primarily, there's three things that we're doing. We're working with the National Weather Service right now to get two National Weather Service gauges in St. Thomas, one near the airport at Emerald Bay, and then we're going to put one out at Bordeaux, which will be on Mr. Bromon's property, which is right by the bus stop. And that will help us get on the National Weather Service system because their systems blew down post-storms. So we're trying to develop that system. The other thing that we're trying to do is work with LCCN, which is the communication network out of St. John. You heard about that yesterday. And we're trying to bring in wireless technology so that the weather stations can be taken up and put down in real time pre and post storms so that we can collect alternate data with the hardwired systems. And that's really exciting because that's something that we've been working on for a few years. That's military grade technology. And I finally, yay, UVI, we finally have the funding to do that. So we are going to do a micro project on that. And then the third and final thing that I will say is that we, with the drought report and our work with Puerto Rico and our colleagues, our federal partners that you saw in that drought report, we are working to reinforce the COCORAS systems, which are the rain gauge systems, so that we can begin studying the microclimates. So there's really amazing things going on as far as weather and climate. And someone else in the chat posted about connecting it to water. And as Dr. Gunnell can speak to, we are working on another grant where we are actually going to be able to do some testing for cistern water. We're partnering with the CDC and the Department of Health. And so we're trying to leverage those two components so that we can monitor and mitigate what's happening. And then we're going to move into the category of flood and try to work on the prediction outlook for that as well. So we should be on another map sooner than later.
Thank you. Any other question for Christina? All right, well, thank you so much, Christina. That was really, really exciting. And I see there was a lot of discussion in the chat about water. So really, really good stuff going on. So what we're gonna do before our last and exciting talk, we're gonna take a little sort of poll and another little, I'm gonna also quiz you. So the first, we're gonna do a bit of a poll question because this last talk is about moving from what the government does, what government and private citizens do, to sort of thinking about crowdsourcing and providing information to people, but also people helping each other in terms of really getting what you need post-disaster. So our colleagues from Indiana University created a nifty tool that we want to showcase this afternoon. But before that, we just want to sort of ask you two different types of questions. So the first one is a poll. So Abigail, are you ready for the poll? Abigail? I'm not sure if Abigail can hear me. Abigail, are you ready for the poll?
Yes, I can't hear you. There appears to be a lag when I unmute.
Oh. All right. So if you don't mind talking about the poll, and this poll question prepares us a little bit for the last talk, but also, acknowledges a little bit of the work that we acknowledged from nonprofit organization the past 2 days. So go ahead, Abigail.
Okay, I just launched the poll. It should appear on your screen. It asks the question, what service from a nonprofit do you use the most or see the most? You have a max of 3 choices that you can use. or choose from.
Volunteering is opportunity to volunteer. So think about the nonprofit organization. Maybe you don't use their services, but you probably see them around. So think about the services that they provide that you see the most.
About 57% have voted already. So we're still waiting. Okay, I'll give it about 30 more seconds. Okay, I close the poll. And here are the results.
So the first one is preparedness distribution after disaster. So really the response and preparedness. Environmental stewardship, great. That's part of thinking long term, thinking about maintaining the ecosystem services that Kim talked about yesterday. Religious and faith services is also quite important, as well as animal and pets. Household items, we don't have as much goodwills in the VI, but there are a fair amount of people who depend on nonprofit for general household items. Shelter. There's also things that don't show up, like consulting services and all the good analysis and reports that are coming out of the nonprofits. So the nonprofit provide a lot of services in the territory. Nice. Anybody want to say something quickly about this before we move to the next exercise? Okay, so I'm just going to do another exercise, and this exercise is sort of reflecting on everything you've heard so far, all the talks that you've seen, and all your experience living in the Virgin Islands. So we're going to go back to our good old tool. So we're going to go back to menti.com. And the question is, since 2017, what good things have happened? Ways in which the territory has changed for the best? Some of it has to do with the work that Vitima or the ODR is doing, some of the work that some nonprofits are doing. But since 2017, what good things you've seen have happened in the territory where we are moving in the right direction? So the code is 59 29 81 5. 5929815. And just enter some answers. You can enter many answers. Try to keep it to one word. Don't try to write sentences. Good things that have happened in the territory since 2017. And think about hazards and hazard mitigation and resilience. Our ability to just bounce back better next time. Working together, data, analysis, yeah. And according to Graciela, more are coming. Federal funding, yes, thank you, Jack. More coordination, nice, adaptation. Working together, yes. Lots of ideas, but information sharing, working together. So a greater sense of community, I would say, based on this data. Just a few more seconds and I will stop sharing. All right. Well, this is good. This shows that somehow the way I read this is we are working better together, sharing information, coordinating. This is great. I'm really wondering what's behind the word adaptation. Can anybody share what they mean by adaptation? Anybody? No? Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna go and have our last talk. So Mr. Park is gonna represent the IU team. So I'm gonna share my screen in a second.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Park. I'm a first-year PhD student in health informatics at Indiana University, Bloomington. Today, I'll be presenting on behalf of my data science and practice team. Data science and practice is a project-based graduate course at IU Bloomington. Each semester, teams take on external projects, and we've been collaborating with the University of US Virgin Islands Data Science Program and the Hazard Mitigation Planning Team since fall of 2019. This semester, our team has been working on a community resilience and resource exchange website to help US Virgin Island residents identify healthcare resources in their area and to support a greater community response to disaster. This project has been a team effort between IU students, staff, and alumni, and our US Virgin Islands sponsors, and we're very grateful for their support this semester. As we've discussed, the focus of this workshop is the resilience of the US Virgin Islands after a disaster. As climate change increasingly affects the US Virgin Islands, our project aims to help build community resilience through a data sharing platform that strengthens community response. The platform enables better connections between people and facilitates the sharing of information in times of need. And that is why we are building this information sharing infrastructure before another hazard occurs. So this semester, our mission has been to help facilitate communication of resource distribution and hazard response. We want to help answer questions like, how do people get access to healthcare resources? How can we better share and update information on an ongoing basis? What happens when there's a tree in the middle of the road? How do healthcare providers communicate changes dynamically? And how does travel change during a disaster? So how are we going to do this? We've been working on a web application to facilitate communication for resource distribution and hazard response for the USVI population. Our team has already interviewed and surveyed many people in the field of public health and hazard mitigation. We've determined that a web service like the one we're proposing would be helpful. We still are in the initial phase of this project, and we've made significant progress and are working towards a finished product, but we're still in the prototype stage, so we need your help to design it. Ultimately, we want it to be your product, and we want to create it with you. So we need your help and feedback. So I ask you now to think, how do you want to design and leverage this application? We're looking for people to partner with us to help design this application in order to help the USVI become more resilient after a disaster. So I'm going to give a brief demonstration of the website. So this is a web application, and you can access it from your desktop or browser on your mobile phone. We currently don't have a mobile app, at least for this first iteration. We wanted to reduce the amount of overhead needed to use the app, and just using the browser offers some level of anonymity for people who are hesitant to share their personal information. And you can access this on your mobile phone too, simply by going to the website from any internet browser. To note, here's the IU logo in the top left, and we plan on adding the University of the Virgin Islands logo, as well as partnering organizations' logos to the website. So the website is based off of forms for finding healthcare resources, other resources, reporting hazards, requesting supplies in times of emergency, and updating healthcare provider information if you're a provider. Some functions are only available during a state of emergency, like requesting supplies and finding missing people and reporting your location if you were that missing person. So let's start with healthcare resources. This page is to help people locate healthcare facilities in their area. We start with some basic location information, including island and zip code. We have an option for I don't know, because we know that zip codes aren't always useful or known in the US Virgin Islands. In the future, we want to add additional navigational aids like local landmarks or other location indicators to help pair people with services. So then we ask, what service are you looking for? You might need a chiropractor or a dermatologist. You might need a nurse. These services actually come from directly a database of all the healthcare facilities and providers on the US Virgin Islands. These services correspond directly to the specialties for each facility. So when you select these services, what's returned to you are the services closest to you based off of your location. And we're working towards visualizing these results on a map. Next is other resources. As you can imagine, people look for other resources besides healthcare facilities. So we need another form to help people find places that have, let's say, clothing or medical supplies. Same idea as the last form. You give your location and what resource you're looking for, and what will be returned are places that have these services. And this will be visualized on a map as well. Next, we have report resources. The vision for this form is to provide a place where people can report goods that they're willing to share, and for organizations to report changes in services dynamically. So take, for example, the community response to COVID. Let's say some person has an abundance of toilet paper that they're willing to share. Here, they indicate that they have personal care supplies. Also with COVID, we know that facilities can change dynamically during crises, like how a church might be transformed into a healthcare facility. We want this form to help organizations quickly report changes in their services. So then you select how the resource might be distributed. Then we ask for some basic contact information and whether you consent to giving some of that. Now we want to preserve anonymity as much as possible. We want to take the least amount of personal information as we can. But with the exchange of goods and in order to keep people safe, we need a little bit of contact information just to support that exchange. And you also indicate the type of resource. So in this case, it might be toilet paper. Then you submit the form. So next we have reporting hazards. What happens in the instance that you're driving and there's a giant tree in the middle of the road? Here you would indicate the roadway is blocked. You provide an address or a landmark that would help someone locate it, and maybe also a photo that would help the person visualize it. So with this form, we want to help accelerate the response time to hazards through crowdsourcing. Now, there are some functionalities that would only be activated in state of emergency, like request supplies. Again, with request supplies, we don't want people abusing the system and requesting supplies all the time. But in a crisis situation, this form would enable people to declare their needs. You need clothing, you need water, you need food. Just like with the report resources form, hopefully we could connect you to someone who has those resources. You state what you need and the other person has them, and hopefully we can connect you to. Ultimately, we want to use crowdsourcing so that the community can support each other. And lastly, we have two forms to help find missing people. In the find a person form, you state the person that you're looking for. And if you were that person, in the report my location form, you submit your location and your condition so that your friends and family can know whether you are safe. So this is a very quick overview of the application. As you can see, we've just shown some basic functionality, and we're currently working on a variety of features. Hopefully you've seen what an application like this could do. And we'd really appreciate your feedback on the design and how the information is presented to the user. So what would we hope would be the impact of this application? We hope to promote a stronger community response. We want the community together. We want to connect the community together to provide a place where people can share their needs and support each other. Just like with COVID, we know that a community response works in times of disaster. It's checking on your neighbor, it's texting a friend, it's sharing what you have, and it's asking for help. Hopefully all of this can promote a healthier and more resilient US Virgin Islands. We want to help increase the dynamic sharing of healthcare changes, where providers and organizations can communicate their changes more quickly. We desire data centralization to have a central resource where people can understand and access their healthcare resources better. And a faster hazard response. We want to help accelerate the response in times of disaster through crowdsourcing. What's next? We need to display the resource results on a map. We need to add functionality for resource management. And this is really where we could get help from local partners. We need people who can help facilitate and administer the exchange of these resources. We need help with facilitating safe crowdsourcing. This is a big design question. How do we design to keep people safe? And we want to automate geolocation so that we have more accurate locations of hazards and services. Like I just said, we'd love for people to join the team and help create the service, specifically local leaders, administrators, and facilitators to help guide the process of resource exchange. We want to partner with people who can help generate ideas regarding resource distribution and crowdsourcing design. Again, we want this to be your product, so we need your help designing and testing it. That is all. Thank you so much for listening. Again, we welcome your feedback. Please contact us, and we would love to work with you. Thanks.
All right, thank you. That's very exciting. And looking at this great tool, I'm thinking it might be very interesting partnership. I guess my first question would be, Graciela and Vayati, my colleague, would this be something that you might be interested in partnering with IU on?
Yeah, I mean, it does look like a tool that would be beneficial. Of course, with us, it's always a question of making sure there's the eligibility factors there. But anything that helps the community is definitely something we're willing to explore.
So Jay Rawlings is saying, Jay, do you want to say something? Hi, Jay.
Hey, Greg. Yeah, this looks like something that the VOA would love to partner in, especially since we're already doing work around asset mapping. We could probably build some of that work into this.
Yeah, thanks. And the VOAD is, can you explain what the VOAD is for those who don't know?
Sure, the VOAD is an acronym that stands for Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster. We've just come back online this year. We meet on the last Friday of every month. We're open to nonprofits, faith-based institutions, private citizens, anybody that has a concern. The focus of the VOAD is preparedness from a community engagement perspective and partnering with local government. Each island has a COAD that's island specific, which is just community organizations active in disaster. And we have all sprung out of the long-term recovery groups that formed in 2017 after the storms.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, this is Kimiko. Wow, this is such a great idea and app, and I can see its applications in so many places. I'm a big fan of crowdsourcing and anything that helps build community. But we have something that we helped with for food waste to alert the community of available, not food waste, surplus food from like gleaning from farmers and whatnot. And I was wondering if, like, in terms of other applications for this, could it be such that it could be so broad that, you could kind of click through it on your phone and quickly get the information or the assistance that you need, whatever the category?
That's the idea, yes.
Any other question?
Yeah, this is Megan from Love City Strong. I had a question about the functionality of hazard reporting. How does the IU team sort of envision that would be an accountable system, and in that who's accountable for making sure that there is a response to a hazard that's reported, and then also how do you moderate that these are good hazards, valid hazards, I guess, that are being reported rather than just fluff, I guess.
So I don't think this is as much about reporting hazard as it is to sharing resources.
Okay, I mean, there just was that slide that was.
Yeah, there is a slide about.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was going to say there's a section that was one of the pieces that caught my attention, because right now one of the tools that we use is Facebook, and sometimes in Facebook somebody posts a picture, but you don't necessarily know where exactly that is, and you kind of have to spend some time figuring things out. So having consolidated data is one of the ongoing challenges that we identified after the disaster. So anything that helps us to get more data is definitely beneficial.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that.
I believe that we can, Megan, to your point, we can address that issue by asking people for comments. If they can take a picture, if they can provide some comments, we can sort of, discern if it's worth looking into further. But I also believe most people would be responsible. And maybe you would have initially some jokesters, but eventually I believe it would go away.
I guess my question was not necessarily predicated on people being, glib about it or sort of joking, but one of the things that we experience, and I know a lot of people have experienced in the field, is sometimes the relative priority of a hazard to somebody versus the priority in the grand scheme of a response are very, very different. And so it was just a general question as far as like what
I think that's a good question. I don't think there is an answer at the moment, or none that come to mind. But I think it would be interesting to actually see what happens and see what that distinction looks like. Because it might be that, because it's really depend on who sends the information. If you are an able-bodied person versus somebody with some form of disability, we're talking about different realities. So yeah, I think it would be very interesting to see what that looks.
I know in
So
this
is Andra speaking.
Good.
And I just wanted to mention that one of the things that we were hoping to do would be to partner with some local organizations or government organizations to make this more feasible. And so that would be something that we would love to talk some more about, to get some people to coordinate with us to kind of vet some of the things that are coming through on these forms, and also coordinate the response to them.
In addition to that, I know last week we spoke about reaching out to VITEMA, Department of Health and Human Services. So expect a call from us regarding using this tool. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, and we have we're trying to use my colleague Paul Ferricelli and Kevin Kijanka are trying to use an app for citizen science for illegal dumping, for crowdsourcing information, things that may be hazardous, kind of in the bush, and we want to get it out of the public sphere and not impact the water. So if we have something that we're already working on, or we have already like this food waste surplus food app, can we just send it and like somehow it'll like we can work together to get it incorporated into this app? Because we don't have 5,000 apps. It would be nice to have one that just like does it all.
Most definitely.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Andra. Thank you so much, colleagues from IU. We're gonna take a little break and then come back for the last talk of this fantastic event that has been very rich in information. So Miss Alicia Harley is gonna be talking about sustainable development. So the title of her talk is gonna be Capacities for Sustainable Development in the USVI, from Imagination to Reality. So this talk is going to be really exciting for us because really sort of put some boundaries in how we can think about sustainable development. What does it mean to think about sustainable development? And, as she says, what does it mean to take it from imagination to reality? So Alicia is going to provide a bit of is going to give us a talk live to explain more of those concepts and those capacities required for sustainable development. And then we're going to have a really exciting breakout session where we will be in each group sort of imagining what a future sustainable Virgin Island will look like. So please come back in 10 minutes at 2 o'clock or at the top of the hour. Abigail, if you can put a clock for 10 minutes, that would be good. See you very soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is going to be the last stretch for this wonderful workshop. For the next hour, we're going to be talking about sustainable development. So when we think about hazard mitigation, one question that the team and I were sort of asking ourselves is, why do we do this in the first place? I mean, one is to save life, one is to save property. But at the end of the day, we have to mitigate the impact of different hazards in order for us as a society to continue to live the way that we want to, for continuing to sort of enjoy the benefits of natural systems, but also the various sectors in the Virgin Islands that we depend on, so that our well-being, our happiness remain at a certain level. Our family, our community life is as thriving as possible. And as you've heard in the last day or so, natural disasters really take us back. Dr. Wenner in his presentation yesterday really showed how different shocks and surprises just pull us back. Shelby Miscaldi from Legal Services talked about the fact that in the past 10 years we just progress, we move forward, and something happens and we move back. But Kim also pointed out that we've developed our territory quite a lot. We increased the imprint of development and had an impact on our natural resources that are dwindling. And now we have more things to protect. And that was sort of Jack's point. We have a lot to protect. And so we need to invest a lot in maintaining all that we have, so that when disasters strike, we are not taken by surprise. There are good things happening. And you've heard some of that in the talks today. But we also have a fair amount of work to do. And I think you talked about that in some of the breakout groups. But underneath all of this is this desire to stay and live and continue to live in the Virgin Islands and ensure that our children can continue to enjoy the benefits of living in the Virgin Islands. So this question of sustainability, sustainable development really starts to poke its nose. And that's one of the guiding principles for the HMP. Hazard mitigation, thinking about risk reduction, thinking about resilience, and thinking about sustainability. So as we embark in our last year of effort on this HMP, this question of sustainable development is going to start to permeate more and more what we are doing. So to sort of help us think through this, we reached out to a bunch of experts and others. And so today, Mr. Harley is going to talk about some of the work that she's been doing and sort of help us sort of frame some thoughts about what sustainable development can look here in the Virgin Islands. So I'm going to let her sort of take it over and take us on this wonderful journey. And she will also guide us through the breakout. And the last thing I would say before letting Alicia take over is moderators. So that would be Brian, Jerry, Ariel, Michael. You should have received an email with a document for your breakout group. So if you haven't seen it, please text me. But Dr. Harley, Alicia is going to guide us through this wonderful exercise. Alicia?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thank you so very much for having me. It was exciting when Greg and Kim reached out. I have been living in the USVI for the past 7 or so months since the beginning of the pandemic, when my husband's job was here and I moved down here. And so I've been really appreciating everything these wonderful islands have to offer. But at the same time, I'm certainly not an expert in USVI. What I am hopefully a bit of an expert in is how to think about sustainability. I am part of the Sustainability Science program at the Harvard Kennedy School. And let me just share my screen with you so that I can give this talk. Okay, so let us get going. Greg, are you seeing the slides properly? Okay, great. So today I'm going to be talking about sustainable development more in theory. What is it that we're trying to achieve when we're trying to achieve sustainability, and what kind of capacities do we need to pursue sustainability? We're going to focus in towards the end of the talk on two capacities, one of which I call, or we in sort of the theory of sustainability science call adaptive capacity, but resilience is certainly a term that's widely used for it as well. And we've been talking a lot about as we've gone through the 2 days of this wonderful workshop. And the second capacity we'll sort of dig into is transformative capacity, which we've talked a little bit less about, which is this question of, okay, sometimes, you know, adapting to new shocks and surprises is enough, and making sure that we have the infrastructure, we're maintaining the infrastructure, we have the social systems to adapt to a hurricane or COVID or whatever else strikes us is enough. But in other situations, a development pathway, whether it's the whole USVI or maybe a specific sector like agriculture or water, is so precariously close to a tipping point or threshold that really we need to transform how the system is functioning completely in order to ensure that we can continue to have that system provide well-being, not only for people alive today, but for future generations. And looking under the hood of that, the theory and what sort of the past 20 years of sustainability science has to offer on that is a lot more complex, but that's the basic idea that I'll be getting at. So we'll do these great breakout groups where instead of talking about sort of, are we able to adapt, we'll hopefully be able to sort of think outside the box and think, well, if there are certain sectors where just adapting won't be enough, what would it look like to really transform that sector? And, you know, how can we imagine a very, very different future for that sector? So just a lot of the work I'm going to talk about today, and I have about 15 minutes, so I won't talk for long, comes out of this paper that just came out this year by myself and my co-author, William Clark. It's really a synthesis of the findings of sustainability science for the past 20 years. So if you're interested in what I have to say, certainly I would welcome you to read the paper, happy to send it to you, and happy to engage further on anything you find in it. Okay, so let's get started. So sustainability science starts with sort of a very, very basic question. It asks what should be the human use of the earth. And, you know, for us in St. Croix, we can think about, well, and in the US Virgin Islands, what should be how should we use these beautiful islands here? But the bigger question is, how should we use the earth? And, you know, there's not at all one answer to that question. I see many answers. You can imagine an answer from some people that really focuses on natural resources and preserving biodiversity, from others on sort of healthy urban environments with lots of cultural opportunities and great restaurants, for others on tourism, and others on sort of sustainable agriculture solutions. So there's many answers to this question, and I think we've certainly been grappling with that as a society for the past sort of 50 years. So how can we sort of dig down, and while we can't answer this question for everybody, what are the sort of building blocks that can help us answer this question in a way that we can have a collective answer to it, that allows us to agree on certain things and also importantly measure them going forward. So yesterday, you guys all in a word cloud that Greg created answered this question to some extent. What is a good measure for how our communities here in the USVI are doing? We focused on things like education, health, economy, employment, well-being. And I thought that was really interesting because what was identified, I thought, was exactly point on. It was these things that we need to consume in order to be well off, in order to live sort of our own definition of what the good life is. And I think that for many people is a is a fundamental definition for themselves of what sustainability is. On the other hand, you have sort of these the UN SDGs, which are 17 sort of goals that talk about land, that talk about water, that talk about education, poverty, and those are also important goals. But when you get all 17 of them, it's sort of often hard to figure out, well, what do we do here today with limited resources? And certainly, how do we make trade-offs across goals? So if our zero hunger goal conflicts with our life below the water goal, what do we do? And there is limited guidance in the UN SDGs to help us make those trade-offs, especially at the sort of local level or where the, so going back to 30 or more years back to 1987, the World Commission on Environment and Development, also known as the Brundtland Commission, actually sort of, to me, created the most sort of succinct definition of sustainability that has been reaffirmed over and over again by international commissions. And that is that humanity, fortunately, has the ability to make development sustainable. And what that means is it needs to ensure that it meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So that definition is at once, very difficult to achieve, but also easier to keep in your mind as okay, to get to sustainability, we have to think about people today, especially vulnerable communities. And so often during our workshop, this issue of vulnerability has risen to the surface, and how do we meet the needs specifically of those most vulnerable in transportation, in housing, etc. But then this other question was often left off the table. How do we also make sure that future generations are able to meet their needs? How do we ensure that USVI is not just meeting our needs today, hopefully more equitably, but also making sure that in 20, in 50, in 100 years, we're passing on what we need to future generations to meet their needs? So one of the sort of key findings of sustainability science is essentially what I just articulated in my discussion of the definition from the World Commission on Environment Development, which is that the goals of sustainability development have been debated through multi-decadal deliberative process around the world, and that we've landed on this widely shared common vision that sustainable development is equitable improvements in human well-being within and across generations. So I think when people use the word sustainability, it's often used for a sector or for a sustainable accounting or some very specific thing. And I think if one message that I'm really trying to pass on here is that we push back and say, no, sustainability is about taking care of people today equitably and taking care of future generations. Well, what does it really mean to take care of future generations? And that is the second sort of what I would say is the most important finding of sustainability science over the past several decades, which is that the ultimate foundations or determinants of sustainable development are the natural and human resources on which people draw for what they need to consume. So we talked a lot in that word cloud about sort of what we need. We need education, we need healthcare, we need housing, we need access to water. But that's actually, a lot of those things are the services we're consuming. What are the things that we need to generate them? And those are the resources, the ecosystem services, the energy, the oil or solar power that we talked about, that Kim talked about in his talk. So for development paths to be sustainable, they have to not deplete the resources. And I think that's really key. So we have to maintain a resource base, and that's not just natural capital, it's also human capital and manufactured capital. And we talked today about the importance of maintaining our manufactured capital. And we need to be able to pass down those resources to future generations. So thinking about the long term, it's really not, okay, we don't know what people will need in terms of education or healthcare in 50, 100 years, but we can ensure that we're passing down a bundle of resources to future generations. So I would say that's the sort of second main finding of the field. Third, and I think we've talked a lot about this during the last few days, is that interactions between nature and society in the Anthropocene system, which is our term for the world, or in this case, the USVI, are interconnected, they're complex and adaptive, and critically, they're subject to heterogeneity, non-linear relationships, and innovation and power sort of play formative roles in how our world, how the USVI is moving along. I think, with all of the discussions of shocks and surprises, whether they're coming from natural hazards or from the economy, it was clear that these sort of non-linear interactions are a fundamental aspect of our reality. So because of that, we know that the world is inherently unpredictable and subject to deep uncertainty. And we really have to figure out, how do we manage for sustainability in this kind of uncertain context that can't paralyze us? It certainly, we need to move forward. And then the question is sort of, what kind of governance institutions and what kind of capabilities do we need as a region to move forward under this fundamental uncertainty? And I think that's something that's come up across the workshop over and over again, is how do we move forward in the face of the many risks that the islands face? So those four things are really what this field has sort of found fundamentally, which some of them seem on the surface quite obvious, but they're also often profound. In this very complex paper that I'm speaking to, we developed this figure, and I don't want you to try to understand it right now. I usually spend, about an hour alone building it up. But what I do want you to focus on in it is this idea that this world that we're living in, for now, let's assume it's the USVI, has resources that we've talked about during this workshop. We have goals, which we've talked about. There's actors and institutions, and of course, we're trundling along into the future. And here in the future, we have alternate development pathways. And some of them are good and some of them are bad. But really a big question is the one that we're on good enough? And how do we stay on it when there's big shocks? Or are we getting close to thresholds and tipping points where suddenly the well-being of our society is going to quickly degrade? And in that case, what do we need to do to move from one development pathway to another? So this is sort of a simple way of imagining that, of saying, okay, this one development pathway seems pretty good. Let's try to stick on it. In which case, what we really need is adaptive capacity to stay here. And this other development pathway, maybe it's just for one sector. Maybe it has to do with our water system and drought. Seems like we're getting really close to a threshold or a tipping point. So how do we push ourselves across from one development pathway to another? It's not always so easy, because these development pathways sort of have a lot of magnetism to them. They're not just about our natural systems, but they're about our social systems, our rules and our norms, and the power structures and incumbent actors and institutions that benefit from the status quo. So that's the image I'd love you to keep in your minds, just sort of this little bit of this framework as we get into our breakout sessions. So the last thing I'm going to talk about are sort of these 6 capacities that we argue in this paper are fundamental to ensuring that we can promote sustainability, both for people alive today fairly and leave the resources necessary for future generations. And I'm going to focus really mostly on adaptive and transformative capacity. But just quickly, the other capacities are, well, the capacity to measure. It's something we've talked a lot about. We need the data, and we need to be able to share the data to say, well, how are we doing? And one of the fundamental things our community argues that we need to be measuring are these asset stocks. How is our natural capital doing? Is it declining? Is it increasing? Of course, you can break natural capital into lots of different buckets, but overall, do we know how we're doing? Do we know how we're doing in terms of human capital, education, health of our population? infrastructure, manufactured capital. So the ability to measure sustainability is fundamental to knowing whether we're heading in the right direction or not. Another example is equity. We heard over and over again throughout the workshop that, the USVI is doing okay for a lot of people, but certainly not for everyone. And there are specific vulnerable communities who have huge and immense barriers in accessing healthcare, accessing transportation. So how do we ensure that our governance systems are not just, focusing on the mean, the average person, but really taking into account the less advantaged? And so I could go around to all of them, and in the paper we do talk at length, not only about sort of what we know about each of the challenges facing these capacities, but also, and luckily, the sort of vast amount of knowledge we've developed over many decades about how do you promote these capacities. But I'm going to focus now on adaptive and transformative capacity so that we can get into our breakout groups. So I'll start on each slide with the key findings of adaptive for each of these capacities, and then get into sort of what we know about how to build them. So for adaptive capacity, it's a lot of what we've talked about already in this workshop. Adaptive capacity is necessary for sustainability development. For sustainable development, you have to be able to adapt to the inevitable shocks and surprises that the world will throw at you. We also know that richer is safer, which is not always a helpful thing to be reminded of, but the more resources you have, the better capacity you have to adapt. We also know that adaptive capacity is dynamic, and I think this is really important to keep in mind. One adaptation impacts the whole system dynamic, and there's often sort of these adaptation cascades. So you have to keep that in mind as you think about one intervention or another for adaptive capacity. And then finally, and one key finding of the literature on adaptive capacity is that it often fails to reduce overall risk. Often when we try to adapt, we're actually just moving risk, and we often redistribute it towards more vulnerable populations. So when we think about adaptive capacity and what we want to do to build it, or resilience, paying attention to vulnerable groups and making sure that we're not harming them is so important. And then what do we know about how we build adaptive capacity? Well, we know that richer is safer. So in general, the more resources we have, the better able we are to adapt. And I think the USVI is well positioned in some ways compared to other islands in our region to adapt because we do have often more resources. We also know that heterogeneity helps with adaptive capacity. The capacity to adapt often rests on our ability to innovate and find new ways of doing things. So we don't want to close ourselves off, and our ability to check in, is this still working? I had something weird happen on my screen. Our ability to learn from our neighbors and how they're doing is really important. And we know that connections really matter. We need to be able to connect with those neighbors. And finally, that there's no single silver bullet. There's no panacea to help us adapt to shocks and surprises. And that there's always going to be multiple trade-offs between one and another. But I think all of this was really well covered in all of the talks throughout the workshop. So I won't stay on that. I think we'll move to this question of transformative capacity. And for transformative capacity, it's really, we don't need it in every single situation. Oftentimes adapting is what we really want to do, maintaining our infrastructure, ensuring that it's in a position to respond to the next hurricane. But in other situations, business as usual is really not going to continue to work for us, and we are going to fail to pass down the necessary resources for future generations unless we change something. So this is the question of, well, how do we start doing things really differently? So transformative capacity is also necessary for sustainable development, and it complements adaptive capacity. It involves shifts across regime thresholds, resulting in future development pathways that are qualitatively different from the one we're currently in. Like adaptive capacity, heterogeneity and innovation are the heart of transformative capacity. So you need new ways of doing things, new types of infrastructure, new technologies, new social institutions. But unlike with adaptive capacity, transformative capacity requires much larger shifts away from equilibrium and usually requires substantial shifts in socio-technical and environmental systems. Transformation must overcome path dependence caused by both increasing returns to scale and the actions of powerful actors to block change. And I think this point about power is really important. And how do we build adaptive capacity? There's a couple of different ways that we try to do it efforts in sustainability science have tried to do it. One of them is to anticipate things. So anticipatory approaches where we seek to illuminate dangerous trends in development pathways and look for alternatives that will transition development pathways from a dangerous pathway full of tipping points to one where we think we're sort of safer. Common methods for anticipatory approaches include modeling, assessments, foresight exercises, and scenario building. And then there's sort of a new way that's sort of just evolving, but more and more people are playing with. And I think that's what we're going to try to do today in our breakout groups, which is sort of the ability to craft radical shared imaginaries. And the argument behind this is that a lot of the changes in different sectors that we have to make are so huge that they're a little bit scary to think about, and being as specific as we can about what those futures might look like and really imagining ourselves in them, not just what infrastructure we would have, but certainly that how our natural resources might look, what kind of social norms and institutions we would need to get there, and how our lives would be is part of this discussion. So imaginaries are collectively held visions of good or attainable futures. And imaginaries make radical visions of the future more real. One example is a lot of the talk around the Green New Deal, at least in the United States, and efforts to really articulate what would that look like in people's daily lives. And they can in turn stimulate new laws, regulations, investment in infrastructure, education, natural resources, etc. So this is, I'm getting right to the end, but when we think about which future we want, this is an image from the TELUS Institute from their own sort of transformative capacity work, but we could think about a conventional world, which is about where we are today, a much worse world, or something really transformative. But to get to that transformative one, or to get to one where we might be able to pass down a future for future generations that is better than the one we have, we really have to come up with ways of articulating what that might look like so we can think radically enough. So that is the end of the main part of my lecture. I hope that I was clear enough. Greg, should I describe the breakout groups?
Yes, so if you don't mind, stop sharing your screen and then just describe the breakout group to everyone.
Okay.
That would be good.
All right.
Unless you want to keep that slide.
No, so we're gonna go into breakout groups, and hopefully I encourage you in this last breakout group to sort of let go of too much convention, of constraints of the possible, and really have fun with it because it's our last breakout group. So why not? The goal of the breakout group is to imagine a radically different future. And what we're asking you guys to do in that breakout group is to pick one sector. So don't pick any sector, don't try to, I mean, if you want to, you can try to do it for the whole socio-technical system of the USVI, but that will be hard. But pick one sector, or I like to think of them as human needs. So we need food, we need energy, we need healthcare and education, and whichever one interests your group, and then go through this sort of 3 slides of worksheet that your moderators will have, and talk and imagine a very different future for how that might look. So on the first slide, we ask you to think about how the sector is doing right now. But then in the second one, we ask you to really describe 2 radically different different imaginaries for the future of that sector in the USVI, and be as creative as you want to be. And then this third slide, if you have time to get to it, is really imagining the implications of that imaginary for human well-being. I hope that some of your imaginaries are sustainable, that will lead to a future for future generations that's livable. But some of you might enjoy sort of a more dismal view and coming up with an imaginary that gets us somewhere we might not want to be, but is worth exploring. So that.
And so, Alicia, sorry to interrupt, but
yeah.
Before we go to breakout group, do you have time for maybe a few questions?
For sure, yeah.
Any questions from the audience? If you don't mind, stop sharing your screen so we can,
Oh,
and then
I
you can
thought
share
I
your screen at the end.
there we go.
Hey, Alicia, Miguel here.
Hi, Miguel.
I love your research. I just came across your paper and I'm gonna digest it soon. But I saw the elements that you were trying to pin down, and I remember that ISO has this standard 37101, which is continuous improvement for sustainable development, and it has the metrics and all that. I was just wondering if you had come across it as a way to address the issues that come up, the resistance, for example, political resistance, resistance to change, power, and all those things.
I'm actually not familiar with those standards, so I'm going to have to look at them. If they do address sort of the power resistance issues, I'll be deeply impressed, because I think that mostly in the field, power and our understanding of power and equity have kind of been the last thing that we've sort of begun to grapple with. The field of sustainability science, many of you would know, started with a lot of ecologists really and natural resource people worrying about protecting their favorite critter, and grew out from there. And so dealing with these sort of challenges of power is a newer for us as a field, but fundamental. So I would be really happy to talk with you about it further if you think that these standards are a place to sort of explore power. Sorry, I don't have a better answer.
Dan, Kim?
Alicia, great talk, thank you. And I like where we're going. I think, I know you haven't been here that long, but I think based on what you heard today and yesterday, and perhaps what you're hearing and seeing in St. Croix, I love, whether it's utopian or ideal, visions, but we're not even at a stable situation here in the VI, and probably lots of the world is in the same situation, whether it's political unrest or what have you. But we have limited resources. In fact, we have massive debt. We have, some capacity challenges. All of these things pile up, and it's not even like we're at zero. We're already in a deficit on a number of fronts. And so, are there any examples or any success stories that you've seen in small, regardless of scale, where you've seen this kind of transformation take place? And is it incremental, or is there these big cosmic leaps that people make? I mean, I would just, just because I think, we can easily get stuck in knowing what we know and what's wrong, but how, to break free of that and move into this, to your point, this transformative, are there tools that people have used or examples?
Yeah, so I think that's a really useful question and certainly valid. And I mean, this transformative change and exercise that we're doing, I certainly don't think it should drive out the need to really ensure that we're resilient and have adaptive capacity and have the ability to maintain the infrastructure that we're investing in. I think that's fundamental. But what we do know is that when in the sectors or where we do need radical change, we don't get there unless we begin to envision it. So just kind of like when you talk about advocacy and social movements, you're usually going to do something in the middle, but those people out on the far left or the far right are fundamental to at least opening up spaces for discussion. And so I think that's the goal of today. It's like, let's let go for just 30 minutes from these constraints and imagine it, and then we can bring all the constraints back and reality back. But if we don't at least have the discussions and begin to imagine where our worlds might be, there's no way we can get there, is one. And second is, I have seen both incremental changes, but also often, I mean, the canonical example is the New Deal in the United States after the Great Depression, after the Dust Bowl. That was radically fast change. And in other situations, we've had global radically fast change, and sometimes it's incremental. There's not one answer to that. But I have seen these imaginary exercises work, certainly in Appalachia with some communities I've been working with, especially in the agricultural sector. So it's not that no one's trying this, and there are around the world examples of communities that have managed to get on a more sustainable pathway. So, I guess being in this field, you have to be an optimist.
So
thank you.
two more questions, I believe. I think Dave Alderson had a question, and then Jeff, and then we're gonna go in the breakout.
Dave, go ahead. I'll wait.
Dr. Harley, nice to meet you. Really great talk. My question has to do, so I really enjoyed your articulation of sustainability. It was accessible in a way that I hadn't seen before. One thing that I didn't see in your framework was the tension between cooperation and competition that lives among all the actors, right? So to some extent, it's there in the sense that you've got these power actors who can exert influence. But the fact is that not everybody is really on the same team, right? And so how do you bring that element in to thinking about this, right? And I recognize the need to let go of constraints for now, but something that is there is that we are in tension with each other, and everyone is seeking local advantage in this competitive world that we live in. And we see that in the forces at play in the VI, right? So without taking us too far away from getting us into the breakout room, is there some way that you could sort of comment on that a little bit? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, certainly our elections make this way too clear. My own empirical work, which really has to do with technology, doesn't address that, but the field of sustainability science as a whole, I think addresses this best through Eleanor Ostrom's work and a lot of the work on governance. And there are always going to be these conflicts of interest, but the questions are how do you bring together a group around a collective interest? And there is a whole sort of field of research on that. And one thing that's good news in that is that the smaller the community, the more likely you are able to do this. And when you give them the ability to sort of co-manage a set of resources, you're more likely to sort of bring people around a common set of ideas. So I think there's some work that's been done. I don't think we have all the answers on how do we sort of create the collective action to get us where we need to go. If we did, we would, we'd be a lot farther along.
Thank you. Jeff, last question. Let's be brief.
Alicia, hi, how are you today?
Good. Hi,
Great presentation. My question, I guess, is kind of twofold, because you talked about power, and definitely in the territory, we have a power-centric politic here, and there's tension between the executive and legislature, and there's tension that's kind of boils up within the populace around our local politics. But the concept of sustainable development has been criticized as being kind of imposed by the developed world to the underdeveloped world. And the challenges of implementing sustainable development is how do you harvest the diversity of views, and how do you implement it in such a challenged environment? Getting to Kim's comments, where we are facing some basic needs. We kind of, we have the hyper development of these luxury yachts around us, but we also, if you heard through the presentations, we have some basic equity needs in our society. And so, to bring the concept of sustainability, when, how do you initiate that when within the power structure, high-ranking political officials, there's really a lack of awareness that the current pathway that we're on, development pathway we're on, is unsustainable in terms of our resources, our economy. And so how do you stimulate that, discussion or critical thought when it's actually really missing? And I think that talks, a little bit to David's question about actors. So if you could expound a little bit on that, and I hope my question was clear.
It was absolutely clear, and there are no sort of clean answers. But what I would say is this workshop and the work that Kim and Greg and all of you are doing are kind of the beginning, or really not the beginning, quite far along the path towards doing this. And I would go back to the capacity to measure. Really, if we're not measuring the right things, if we're not measuring sustainability in a logically coherent way that we can communicate with leaders, how will they ever make these kinds of decisions, right? And so for so long, we've been answering the question, how are we doing, by saying, okay, this is our GDP, this is, what's happening in terms of exports and imports and tourism, but we haven't been answering questions about externalities. And we had a great talk on that yesterday. But if we can begin to track metrics, both in terms of our fundamental asset stocks, natural capital, manufactured capital, human capital, social capital, so that decision makers and our broader community know how we're doing and know what we're being able to pass on. And if we're able, and we certainly saw throughout this workshop, that we're collecting more and more indicators on how we're doing in terms of our ability to, equitably provide human needs to the people of the USVI today. But the more we're able to share that data, I think that's the first step. So I think what we're doing here, and I know that's not a full answer, but is a great start in that direction.
All right, so we are a bit behind schedule, but I think those questions were really, really useful to help us understand some of the concepts that was shared. So what I propose is, Alicia, if you don't mind taking over the sort of final words before the breakout, and then Abigail, 30 minutes. Do you think 30 minutes is a good amount of time, Alicia? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just going to break out for 30 minutes. So Alicia, go ahead and you tell Abigail to go put us in breakout when you're ready.
Well, I mean, the slides are there. I encourage you a little bit the way Greg ran the last workout, his last breakout room, which is to make of this what you will, and enjoy a discussion for whatever sector you pick about, different imaginaries, different pathways where you could imagine the USVI for that sector in the next 50 years, and try for a little bit to let go of all these constraints that Kim mentioned, and then we can bring them back in. We certainly will when we get home tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Abigail, 30 minutes.
Sure, not a problem. I am opening all sessions right now. Hi, Rachel. Would you like to be assigned to a breakout room?
Oh, sure, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, give me one moment. Hi, Sandra. Would you like to join our breakout room?
Sure.
Okay. I'll assign you to one just now. There is about 15 minutes remaining in there.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful.
Hi, this is Kimiko. I'm sorry I haven't been able to converse. I have chaos going on in my house, and there's all this noise outside, so I didn't want to subject anybody to all the racket.
Thank you, Kimiko. All right. I hope you had fun. Alicia, take it away.
Yeah, so I'll start by sharing what my group talked about, but definitely I'm not an expert in USVI. So anyone from my group, please feel to jump in. But I think after some hesitation, we had an exciting discussion around land use planning, and we identified that we haven't really updated our land use plan for the territory since 1974, which means that it's not taking account of new and emerging trends. Certainly doesn't taking account of climate change, but different changes in tourism. And most importantly, the land use plan really revolves around sort of people, individuals with their own personal incentives, investing in land to pass on as an asset to their own future generations. But that by doing that, we are not engaging in kind of a collective discussion of what should the greater land use plan of the USVI be, and what kind of zoning do we want to protect on more open spaces that are accessible for wide ranges of people. How do we protect agriculture? How do we ensure that our land use plan is protecting natural resources instead of leading to overbuilding, I think, especially in St. Thomas, and destruction of natural resources. And I think for most people in our discussion, kind of the vision for a land use plan is one that promotes much more access to the sort of natural wonders of the USVI. The nirvana was where everybody had access to mangoes everywhere, natural parks and natural beauty. But how to get there was really a question of, well, how do we get involved in the next land use plan and ensure that it's really a community land use plan that looks at trade-offs across different sectors, and encourages sort of a much more communal articulation of how property should be zoned and what we should do with it and what we want to make natural parks. Does anyone else from the group want to add anything?
All right. Well, I can report for my group. We had a lot of good, healthy, and exciting exchanges as usual. We picked food and water. We talked a lot about some of the existing barriers in the territory to get food and water, but ultimately, in terms of how we're doing and contributing to the well-being of the people in the USVI, there's a lot of impediments to farming and to producing food in the USVI. Competition with development is one. Lack of a proper land use plan is another one, and identification and preservation and conservation of some of those most valuable land. In terms of risk factor, climate change is a risk factor. Competition from development, we see development continuing to happen. And so there's a chance that we will just not have enough land for crop production. Supply chain disruption, we are 99% dependent on external food suppliers, sorry. So really thinking about disruption from the supply chain. Another disaster can also impact the food production ability of the Virgin Islands. So those are sort of major risks coming forward. I forgot in the how food and water are really contributing to the well-being. There is currently a renewal of local food production, appreciation for local food and culinary arts, and a renewed appreciation for aquaponics and other systems that don't require land. In terms of the imaginaries, so we had a lot of discussion if I can summarize it quickly, we were thinking of a world where we can fix our infrastructure, Quickie Dam, Border Pond, but infrastructure that supports food production is fixed. Everybody is able to have, a big enough cistern on their homes and have the ability to grow their own food. There will be more help from the government to buy water during droughts, but also to sort of educate people about appreciation for local food and local culture. So this sort of more ability for us to have the land and to produce our own food was the future imaginary that was picked. There was a sense that if that happened in the next 50 years, we would probably have a better tourism product because we would offer a more quote unquote authentic experience, more local experience. There will be also more employment opportunity because you're gonna have to grow a bigger industry. The environment will be cleaner, there will be less garbage since we can produce more locally and import less. There will be more water for the people. And eventually we would, we would have a healthier community and a community that would be more aware of its cultural resources. There was some discussion about, the existing movement happening on St. Croix, really improving people awareness of what's around them and the ecosystem services that maybe they were not aware before. So, so those were the sort of major takeaway of my group. Anybody else?
Well, in my group, mine and Kim's group, we kind of did the same thing, agriculture, water. So you touched on a lot of the stuff that we talked about as well. There was a couple of extra things that we had discussed. I think there was an aquaponics program that Elaine, I think, talked about, I think in Gift Hill. And I think there's some UVI collaboration that I think is being worked on right now. But Elaine can chime in on that if she wants to a bit more. But as far as like, how we're doing right now with agriculture, we talked on a lot of the stuff that you mentioned, Greg. And another thing was the lack of like agricultural activity on St. John, because there's just not a lot of space to do it. So there's no farmer's market or anything on St. John. So that's a gap there. But the agriculture school at UVI was mentioned. So, that's for building capacity, and that's, that's a positive. Risk, we were talking about, just like you said, development, lack of space. We also talked about like water quality and availability for farming. How the groundwater table, it's kind of, the groundwater is kind of contaminated with like a lot of sediments and stuff. And that, water supplies, natural water supplies have been kind of obstructed as we've developed over the years. So that's another thing that we talked about for like risks. For the imaginaries, there was a really interesting talk about FarmBot. I think Elaine brought this up again, but it's kind of like this, idea where you take like, really interesting topics like programming and robotics, and you integrate it with agriculture. So children kind of get into they get into agriculture while doing things that excite them. So they can do, but it's like you hit two birds with one stone. And that sounded like it would be really cool, especially if you can get useful outputs out of it. It could reduce costs and, improve innovation in the future. So I thought that was pretty cool. And we also talked about developing a high quality agriculture product that's unique to the territory. And I think Ruben mentioned that we have a local beef product here. And Kim talked about it too, that we had in the territory, but I think the production or manufacturing or proliferation of it kind of died off. So maybe there's something to be explored there, or maybe with a different product. And I think last things we were talking about, like, having rain catchments in farming areas, just so they have, so farmers have access to water, so they're not buying water every minute. And making sure that farming land is kind of separated from industrialized, sort of areas, so that they don't have all that contamination stuff happening with the food production system. But yeah, that's what we talked about in my group.
I would just add to that the aquaponics and the FarmBot programming that's getting going at Gift Hill School would be intended to be solar powered, and you're not only teaching the kids to eat the vegetables and the fish that come out of those programs, but you're also doing the STEM programming, as Michael mentioned, but also combining that with job training programs on the solar. And if anybody's interested in working with Gift Hill School, reach on out to me or my husband, Ken Mills, who's the head of that.
I would just jump in and add a little bit. I was in the same group with Elaine and Michael. UVI has has really started their School of Agriculture, and I think there's a real opportunity there to address one of the big challenges facing is the capacity building, both in the technology area, which I think interests the young people, but also providing more training to the existing farming community, both for more efficiency, preparing for drought and all that. I think, and then we have this large cultural bias against agriculture because of the historical baggage. And, the idea is that I think the future for a lot of young people is in this sort of interface between applying technology for example, precision type agricultural practices, where I think the career opportunities support agriculture, but aren't necessarily hands in the dirt kind of approach. Because I think there is a portion of our community that still wants that experience. But I think the future is augmenting the workforce with people that have the skills to support that sector. And I think one of our imaginaries is to triple food production, which I think is probably feasible, taking us, say, from 3 or 5% of our local consumption to, say, 10 or 12% or beyond. So anyway, that was one of the other takeaways.
That's great. That's what an inspiring discussion. Does someone have a sense of whether we've studied how much it's feasible to increase food production? Is that something we're measuring?
Yes, I think we can actually probably generate some rough estimates for that. And again, we're not going to feed the current population, but we could certainly do a lot more. We have a lot of unused agricultural land in St. Croix. It lays fallow. It's 10 feet high in tantan and other weeds. But I think if we can get a commitment from the government to hold true on protecting those lands from development, I think we could potentially triple our production over time.
But there's some interesting work going on in tiered agricultural systems now, indoor tiered systems that can produce a lot in a small space. That's which expands sort of what's possible, maybe.
So I'm just going to share that a link to an article about how the Provenza facility came to be on St. Croix, and you can see how there was a push to change the St. Croix economy from an agricultural economy to an industrial economy, and how development happened in the some of the most rich farming land on St. Croix. So there was definitely a push. It seems like Graciela is shaking her head, but that's my understanding. What's that? I cannot hear what you're saying, Graciela. Graciela, you are muted.
Yes, I was saying that, yeah, that's one of the saddest situations in St. Croix. That would have been prime agricultural land. That is a beautiful space back there. It could have been developed so much smarter, but that's a personal opinion.
So my understanding is was somewhat deliberate to really push for that transformation to happen.
If I can just put a little sub-tag, not only was it great agricultural land because it is into a coastal plain, but it was a very large wetland. They destroyed the largest mangrove tract.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And now there's a lot of flooding in Sunny Isle. So I guess water goes where water wants to be.
I'll never understand why they didn't put it next to the mangroves, but they didn't.
Anybody else wants to report about their group?
Yes. So we just want to talk a little bit about, there was mentioned in the chat a couple of times, and I know Greg had mentioned it briefly, but composting, because we did a waste characterization study, EPA you had done, and that gave us the groundwork to say how much organic material is going into our landfills, which then creates more methane gas. So instead of it going into landfills, we should be doing composting at home, as well as doing composting in a large scale with any method that we can, because you can kill so many birds with one stone, so many environmental problems with that. So I really want to push composting.
Yes, no, thank you, Jason. And we know how hard it was to do composting post-hurricane. You and I worked on that. And again, there are forces that sort of pushed against certain imaginaries that we need to be aware of. Anybody else from a different group wants to share?
We covered, which actually sort of frightened me, telecommunications. That's what people wanted to discuss, and I sort of dragged it in. Well, it ended up going to several different areas. But one of the issues I thought was really interesting is that it took weeks in some cases to access currency to get cash in hand in the 2017, after the hurricanes in the 2017 season, Irma and Maria. Which was a real hindrance. Another one was pharmacies and pharmacy records, the 9/11 system, etc. And some of the ideas were kind of interesting. It was actually sort of going from this very complicated telecommunication systems to something much more simple. Well, I guess one of the more complicated ones was blockchain, the possibility for blockchain. But I thought this was an interesting local currency. So actually having a local currency and people sort of keeping some of that currency at home to spend during disasters, as well as sort of a responsibility for people to have an emergency kit that included some currency that they would keep at home. Maybe a currency on their phone that would only be activated during disasters. Because everyone has access, and that the phones are fairly easy to charge or to keep a charge on your phone, so you would have some currency on your phone during that time.
Go ahead.
But I really like the idea of local currency. So I thought that would also help. So people tourists coming in are going to exchange their currency for local currency. And rather than leaving with 20 bucks in their pocket, they're going to drop it before they leave the island.
No, that's really interesting. And there was, I don't pay too much attention to some things. And Bitcoins, I barely paid attention. But there are some great local communities around the world that are now using Bitcoin instead of the national currency, allows for economic development to happen faster in certain regions where access to credit is an issue. So it's a bit of this idea of local currency to just get things going, so you're not dependent on central systems that sometimes create barriers to get stuff moving.
Well, I actually have this is Joanne. I have a pilot project, a small educational research grant from Morgan State University that's exploring the use of blockchain technology to create smart contracts for supply chain between local farmers and micro farmers here in the Virgin Islands, using smart contracts, which is based on the blockchain technology. So we'll keep you posted.
I like the idea of just printing our own currency. I think that, like, actually printing hard currency, minting our own currency.
You're radical.
Well, I mean, they did it. Ithaca's been running that experiment for quite a while.
No, I know. And that's where some of those Bitcoin innovation things are happening. So there's a lot of good stuff. This idea of local currency is not a crazy one. One last group, it's 3:30. I know that you guys, it's a long day. Go ahead, Ariel.
Hi. So my group, we talked about the healthcare sector. And I just want to jump into some of the imaginative pathways that we came up with, because I think that they address some of the risks that we identified and in the sector in the first slide. So one of them that was mentioned was to have
a more decentralized system. And so meeting people where they're at in the field, and with this is having a more preventative healthcare system. And so routine monitoring of people, how they're doing, and catching things early. And with this, we talked a bit about telemedicine, especially now in the time of COVID, but also since this is in the future, this type of monitoring can be even more advanced, and we can use data to learn about people's, diagnose people's system over the phone or from a recording of their voice or whatever it may be, and really use that data to quickly identify either health issues or also mental health issues that may spot them early on. And then we also talked about increasing the robustness of the urgent care facilities on the island, because of having to transport trauma patients off island can be very dangerous. And so looking at retaining staff, being able to retain staff, and so that staff is not burned out, and also having more facilities. So just increasing the having a more robust system, and the other thing we mentioned was increasing the workforce development in the healthcare sector. So in particular, the medical school and UVI, having that completed or prioritized, but also any medical career paths, whether it be nurses, caregivers, EMTs. So just making sure that youth are encouraged to go into this field from like young schooling. And then we thought about how this might be impacted or help when a hazard occurs. And so with the preventative healthcare and decentralization of healthcare, this can be more easily deployed after a disaster situation, because you have many locations or of facilities around the island, so less people are blocked off. Also, we hope that this can help with more funding, because the overall care costs will go down, since there's more early detection before things become more expensive and worse. And also that the community would have a more positive reaction to healthcare. And so this would help to improve the community's response. With telemedicine, this can also help with improving communication infrastructure to improve this healthcare infrastructure. And that's something important in disasters, also with locating people and response. And then finally, that after multi-hazards, which we've experienced, mental health and having better access to healthcare is something very important, to a very important issue to look at. And then also, if we focus on the schools, then we'll have the talent on island. We will keep our young talent here on island, and make sure that when they're done learning, they want to stay in the territory, because the healthcare sector is something exciting. And so, yeah, I think the one thing that we kind of mentioned at the end while we were thinking about this was that we have to have financing for the healthcare, so that it's equitable to all people, and that there's people are able to access all the things that we dreamed about in the talk.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you everyone for sharing. Alicia, any reaction? Or anybody else, any reaction?
Hello, this is Gil here. I had a comment, I didn't see it come through anywhere, on the use of seawater for algae and microalgae as means of food production, energy production, medicine production, and all kinds of other things that algae is useful for. Or even cleaning up, you can feed it with WAPA's exhaust pipes, or all kinds of other things that algae can be implemented in.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I can be quick with this. With regard to the healthcare points that Ariel was making, maybe you guys are already doing something like this, but that made a lot of the points made, including all through workforce development and education and staying here. I don't know if it would be an interesting case study to look at Barry University. So they had a physician's assistant, a PA school here in the Virgin Islands. It was like a satellite program from their Miami office, and the students lived here in St. Croix and would attend classes virtually. They rented space at the Sunshine Mall. When they went through their second year basically of school, I don't know the months, but basically 12 to 18 months of residency, kind of like cycling through different types of healthcare positions. They were distributed throughout the territory. Some people stayed to stay after working there. And then after the 2017 hurricanes, the graduating class that year was evacuated at Barry University's expense in the hours before Hurricane Maria, because they knew that the telecommunication system would be blown and that class of students would not be able to meet, because their program is based in telecom, they would not be able to meet the graduation needs. And Barry University folded their program in the Virgin Islands in the aftermath of the program. Those students worked out of Miami, they graduated, and since then Barry University folded the program based on that vulnerability that was identified. Which is really too bad. The students, they didn't all stay. It wasn't necessarily very representative of the Virgin Islands, but there were Virgin Islanders who would attend that program. And they really would live here, rent places, buy cars, shop here locally. I really think it's an interesting case in a small opportunity, like a small investment that was made here that benefited multiple sectors here, kind of with a sense of organicness, because they were just people here attending for a few years and then doing that full time and then either staying or leaving. And so I just wanted to point that out because it's really too bad what happened, but there might be a lot of lessons to learn in terms of hazard mitigation and following up with some of those administrators. The people who set up that program had to shut it down within a matter of years, and those people are still here. So that's all I have to say about that.
No, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Good idea.
Can I add? Oh, sorry,
Go
Greg.
ahead,
Can I add
Rachel.
to? Sorry. Hi. Hi guys. Yeah, they're also with RCAP Solutions. There's a lot of discussion. We had the professional wastewater workshop and drinking water workshop this summer, and one of those things was there isn't a certification for technicians, and so we're looking at that technical capacity. And so they're trying to work with wastewater or with Waste Management Authority to develop the actual certification program, so Virgin Islanders can get certified under Virgin Island certifications. But right now what they're looking at is the ABC certification for drinking water and wastewater technicians. And that's kind of that program that they're looking at following. So I just wanted to let everybody know that there is opportunity, even just to build those certifications, not just for students, but for just careers, people just out of high school or just interested in, in their 20s or 30s or maybe their 60s that they, decide to get into that field. So just want to let you all know that.
Oh, thank you.
Might as well jump in. We had an awesome discussion. Sam articulated a great cultural issue that would address a lot of these problems. You want to elaborate?
Sure. We had a discussion on, we started with looking at land planning, then we kind of looked at agriculture, and we started to realize that the basis for most of the issues we were having were rooted in education, where we are a territory of various groups of people who by and large were people of non-written history. And then we were subjected to the education system and history of colonizing bodies. Mix that with the different cultures that then came to the territory, and you literally have the perfect storm for everybody kind of butting heads as far as where to go, what to go, who's the cause, what's not the cause. So we looked at things like the non-integration of folklore or folk history, folk knowledge, as far as things like infrastructure that was created during the days of slavery that can withstand storms that houses built to the most modern hurricane wind standards cannot. So there was obviously a science there, as much as they did not have the technical science as we may consider it today. There was a science there that needs to be respected and maybe reevaluated to see what they got right that we're getting wrong with all our modern science. We were also looking at things like, and you mentioned it, funny enough, the healthcare system or brain drain. That is something that is happening region wide. And why is it that there's this argument that we need more doctors and nurses because a lot of our doctors and nurses come for away? But I know firsthand that we actually do have a lot of doctors and nurses from the territory and from the region on a whole that just don't live here, because a lot of the times we're conditioned to go away, get your education in the metropole power to whatever country that you grew up in, and then stay there, make a name, or just don't come back, because it's seen that you're not going to be able to make as good a living in your native island land than you would in the metropole power. So we have to start looking at the reconditioning that's going to have to take place, where we stop conditioning our children to feel we can't come back, or that we need some kind of metropole power savior, instead of looking that we can save ourselves. Because a lot of times you can go to a local doctor, but if you're going to a doctor that's coming from a metropole power, people will give more credence to that doctor, thinking that they're more qualified, even if the education of the local doctor is actually to a higher degree. It's a lot of this stuff is cultural conditioning. And we need to look at the things that, because of that cultural conditioning, we're rejecting old knowledges that we can actually use and implement to this day. A comment was made about things like the tourism sector, and that we've seen our product erode to other Caribbean islands. But when you look at it, that argument is not exactly accurate in its entirety. The reason why we have that issue here goes back once again to the metropole power. We have the same exact tourism product as Jamaica, especially on the island of St. Croix. You're talking about arts, you're talking about culture, you're talking music, you're talking food. These are all the things that have made Jamaica, Jamaica. We've had one of the biggest reggae groups, globally speaking, in modern times, Midnight Band, coming or being based out of St. Croix. The only difference between us and Jamaica is the metropole power. Them being a commonwealth and being able to control their immigration laws, make it so that they can benefit on the tourism industry in ways that we can't because of US laws and regulations. So if you have a Sumfest, a Sting, any of those things, a Rebel Fest, anybody from anywhere in the world can come, so you can bring those bodies in. You can't do that here because of visa regulations and immigration regulations. I think it goes back once again to what's our relationship to the colonizing body? What's our relationship to the rest of the region? How do we then re-educate ourselves to see where the issues are stemming from, re-educate ourselves so we know how to then maneuver those things, and finally position us in a place where we can look at ourselves as a whole, rather than you're from this island, I'm from that island. So when we come to these things like the referendum and bodies that are now going to delineate, this is how we want to govern ourselves, we do it in a way that's beneficial to all, rather than cutting off our nose to spite our face while we still cling to the teat of the metropole power.
No, that's, thank you, Sam. Thank you so much for this. And reminds me again, this has consequences for how we deal with disasters and what we do after disasters. Going back to the discussion that Jason had after the storm, there was a lot of conflicts related to how to deal with the green waste, and opportunity missed in terms of, starting a composting facility in the Virgin Island. And there was a lot of power discussion going on there. And eventually, there was no composting. Going back again to what happened into Sunny Isle, and how the agriculture there was displaced to sort of make room for the Hess, I think, family to start the refinery. There was some good stuff happening in terms of economic growth, but there was also some bad stuff happening in terms of the loss of a culture and the loss of farming and farmland. So, and again, that has consequences from the hazard mitigation point of view. Going back to what Hilary was saying, those were wetlands, and now there's a fair amount of flooding that happens. So anyways, it's 3:48, almost 4 o'clock here in the VI. We had great discussion. Just want to, Alicia, if you want to take 2 minutes possibly to maybe give your thoughts, and then I'm going to conclude.
I don't think it will take me 2 minutes, but I just wanted to thank everybody for listening to my relatively high level, not connected talk, and then bringing it down and creating such really beautiful visions for different parts of the economy. And what St. Croix could look like. Not St. Croix, sorry, I've only ever been to St. Croix, so I apologize. What the USVI might look like. I was certainly just fascinated to hear everybody's ideas, so thank you.
Thank you. So Kim, go ahead.
All right, well, we're winding down, and I wanted to take a moment on behalf of the HMRP team to thank everyone. This has been an amazing couple of days. Great presentations, a lot of stimulating ideas, thoughts, and I think also I personally feel great about the amount of work that the HMRP team has accomplished. And I wanted to take this moment specifically to thank Greg for all of his work in putting this workshop together. I'm dealing with health issues here. I'm in Arizona, and he's picked up. This is something that we've done in previous years where we share the responsibility, but he really picked things up and delivered arguably our best workshop to date. So I want to
thank you.
take it and thank him very much.
Thank you, thank you. And thank you, everyone. So yeah, no, thank you. It was a team effort, as you saw from the talks yesterday and today, all the great people who have helped us, building a not only actual data set, actual information that we can share. There was a great article in a source this morning, sort of highlighting all the findings that, I think our team has made and our colleagues have made. So again, if the HMP team and NPS team can, turn on their camera, thank you very much, everybody. Michael, Brian, Dan, Dave, Joanne, Brian, Jerry, Janet, Ariel. So thank you, everyone. We've been working really hard, Judy, and it hasn't been easy, but I think what we hope that what we shared with you was very informative. We tried to think about things differently, and I think it shows. There's a lot of great takeaways, but at the end of the day, what really strikes me is, number one, how complex this issue is, but also another way how we can at least create a framework for how to approach this issue and really address some of the issues that we have identified. And one person that we were not able to have with us is the Chief Resilience Officer from the island of Dominica, because I think that, ultimately we will be able to, put together a strong and good and very sound and exciting hazard mitigation and resilience plan. And for the implementation, I think we're going to have to think and say, what is it that we can achieve now? What is it that we can achieve in a year? And how we can start, chipping away at some of the strategies put forth. I think it's going to be a combination of pragmatism and using existing capabilities. But I really enjoyed some of the concept that Alicia sort of put forth. And what comes to me is the fact that actually a lot of those imaginaries have been talked about for a while, or we have tried them. And so maybe it's time to, take another crack and see how we can, implement some of what we talked about, or some of this sort of imagined future that actually is not too far off. Anyways, we have an exciting year ahead of us. Hopefully you guys are going to be engaged and stay engaged. We're going to continue to engage you through webinars where we may be going to talk about one particular topic. We hope to have them every month. So we'll definitely email you all for that. And then next year we'll have our 4th annual hazard mitigation and resilience plan. And then hopefully it's going to be in person so we can have the pâtés and the tarts and the coffee. Thank you, everyone. It was a great 2 days. Just want to open the floor for last minutes before we leave. Anybody wants to say anything?
I just want to add on behalf of let me start my video. On behalf of VITEMA and the hazard mitigation plan, team, I just wanted to say thank you. There's a lot of work that UVI is doing, and it's hard work, and we appreciate it, and we look forward to having a wonderful hazard mitigation resilience plan. I am looking forward to additional collaboration. There are a lot of great ideas posted on the chat, so I really think we have some good activities coming forward before the 4th annual.
All right. So see you all next year on St. Croix.
Yes.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.